Hi, everybody. February and March have back-to-back Friday the 13th. Oh, no. Oh, no. Guys, it's February 1st. We have to do the spin wheel. Thank you for reminding me, Rob. How's everybody doing? I am so tired. I am so tired. Okay, let me tell everyone on Instagram that we're going live. Although Dino was super early today. I appreciate that. Ugh. Coffee. Guys, I partied last night. I didn't get to bed till after 1 a.m. What? It was one of my best friend's birthday parties, so I had to hang, you know? I know, after 1. What's wrong with me? Me party animal. I know. I'm so tired today. Okay. Link. I'm not even going to type something witty on Instagram. I'm just going to be live. There we go. I did it. I did it. Okay. Hi. I also, yesterday, speaking of channel points, everyone that I owed giveaway prizes to and almost everybody I owed nerdy goodies to, it all went out yesterday. Yay! It went to the P.O. box and it's on its way to you. And if for whatever reason you redeem something and you're nervous about it getting to you, you can hit me up and I'll give you the tracking information. Just message me on Discord. But yeah, it all went out yesterday. Okay, I'm looking at the game on requests. We don't have a ton for this month. How's everybody's Sunday going? We don't party that late very often. We definitely don't. And there was another mom at the party who I didn't know. She was like my friend whose birthday it was, her mom friend from school. She was very nice and we were chatting it up. And then at one point I said how old I was and she was like, you don't look that old. And then I asked how old she is. Guys, she's 13 years younger than me. And I was like, okay, you can stay up till 1 a.m. I cannot, okay? It was very funny. Mario Bros. Parking only. All others will be towed. Dayhawk, I'm here for it. You had your Epic account stolen this morning, so not great. No, Crow's Leather. I hope you can get it back. I'm sorry. You stayed up till 2. You're so tired. You and me both. Well, we're going to share our coffee and tired vibes. Even though I washed my face this morning and tried to put it together, I turned on my cameras and I was like, oh, y'all, I look like I partied till way too late last night. I tried to get it together for you, but this is the best we can do. In an hour or 2, it'll be fine. After party 2 for you. Well, that you have the venue, so I feel like you have a good excuse to stay up late. I do not. Raptor Blade, 6 years. Woo! I love it. Party, party, party. Sergeant Nobody says, I'm 40 and I'm always up past 1 a.m. Good for you. What time do you sleep till, though? Because, for me, the hard thing is, little man is almost always up between 6:30 and 7. So it doesn't matter how late I partied. I could be up until 1, get myself, face wash, teeth brushed, in bed by 1:30, and, clockwork at 6:30 a.m. It'll be, Mom, Mom, Mom. So I have to go to bed earlier if I want to get a decent amount of sleep. About to turn 41 in 11 days. Happy early birthday. You're up by 7:30 a.m. Well, I don't know how you do it. I need a certain amount of sleep. Ugh. Like Stewie from Family Guy. Yes, exactly. Oh, former military, so you're used to waking up early. Yeah, I could see that. And the name checks out. Thank you for your service, also. You can't function without 7 hours of sleep and half a pot of coffee. Rob, that's where I'm getting to in life, honestly. It was one of my really good friends' 41st birthdays. So, partying as in small friend party at a house. It wasn't I can't do that anymore. That was my 20s. No, she was like, I want to have people over for wine and cheese because it's my birthday. And I was like, all right, that tracks. So wine and cheese is what we did. Arrow, I only became a morning person because my kid gets up so early every day. You can do 5 hours of sleep and a monster? Ooh. We did have cake. Yes, wine and cheese and also cake. We did that. But honestly, it was just a lot of talking. It was a lot of us like sharing funny stories about like what the kids did this week, which is such an older thing to do. But that's what we did. And it was lovely. It was just lovely to catch up with friends. And yeah, we were talking until super late. Let's see. Sounds like a wonderful time. It was. Fate photo, you will never be a morning person. You know. Was the cheese Gouda or bad? But there was Gouda there. And it actually wasn't a smoked Gouda because I don't typically like smoked Gouda. It was like a regular Gouda. Oh, update on the PC troubleshooting. So, I don't know if anyone has ever used this tool. The kind folks at iBuyPower told me about it when they were like, here's some things you can do to like test out and try to troubleshoot if there's a component or a software issue. They told me about OCCT stress testing, which is a free tool online that I've never used. But I was like, this is fantastic. And I guess it's something they use there to stress test the PCs before they ship them out. But they were like, between every troubleshooting step, run these stress tests. And they're time consuming. I didn't give Roby a call, no. But I did this stress testing and like it immediately helped me isolate where my issues could be, or at least where some of my issues could be with the PC. And happy to say that after a BIOS update, stress tests all ran fine. So stress tests were crashing pre-BIOS update. BIOS update. Stress test passed. So I can't say we're totally golden, but we're certainly better than we were before because stress tests are no longer causing errors. Yay! Gonna be golden. Yeah, the BIOS update, I think, did it. So it also caused a different error, but it's something I'm not as worried about. One of my RGB fans on the top of the case, you guys can't see it, but it's blinking. So it's like just flickering the RGB really fast on one of my case fans. And I'm like, look, replacing a case fan, not a big deal. I'm okay with that. I can do that. It costs like $12. It's not a big deal. If I even need to replace it, I think because I don't keep iQ software installed on my PC because I don't like it, I think maybe the BIOS update caused a fan hub driver to be out of alignment. So I just have to download Corsair iQ, update drivers through that, and then uninstall it from my system again. I think that's the next step. But again, I can deal with a flickering RGB light or a fan that needs to be replaced. I can deal with that. What I can't deal with is the crashes. So fingers crossed, BIOS update did the job. Did the job. Clicking UPS doesn't happen all the time. So I'm hoping that was just like a one-off. And I test all of my UPSs have like readouts on the front and they all are reading out really well. They're showing exactly what they're supposed to say. CV says, don't say that too loudly. If you call any PC component cheap, then the AI data centers suddenly get a massive need for it and the price skyrockets. Well, they do all, AI data centers do all need cooling, but they're not going with these little PC fans to do it. I've seen at Computex and CES, I've seen like the cooling solutions for AI data centers, and they are bonkers banana pants is what they are. You have this same case. Yeah, it's trouble sometimes. She's a finicky girl. This case. She's a little sassy and she's particular. She's beautiful. But she's high maintenance, this case. No, it's not a consistent behavior, the clicking. It was like, it happened once like 2 weeks ago while I was troubleshooting. Sergeant Nobody. That's true. I could try that. I haven't done like a full power down and power cycle. But that's a good thing to try. Armory Crate actually works on your Corsair and iBuyPower fans. That's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, sick burn. SDS says, I think you just described yourself. Well, maybe that's why I like this case so much. We're soulmates. No, I am. You can ask my husband. I am not high maintenance. Sergeant Nobody says my IQ screen for my all-in-one was giving me the error screen, and I did that, and everything came back on with no issues. Dude, my Corsair all-in-one was nothing but problems since day one. I'm so glad I don't have that pump anymore. Have I played Nio 3? No. She does have pretty colors. She's gorgeous. I love her. She's gorgeous. She's particular. All right, let me set up our spin wheel. I also, because I went to the P.O. Box to ship out everybody's nerdy goodies and prize winnings, I picked up, I'm so sorry, a Christmas present that I believe is from Jacob Drake. And I'm so sorry that I'm just getting these now. February 1st. It must have arrived like while I was in Pennsylvania over Christmas. But I got that from the P.O. Box, so I have that to open today. And then also, y'all, how cute is this? So, at Comic-Con back in like, I don't know, pre-pandemic, maybe post-pandemic, I don't remember. At Comic-Con a few years back, few is generous there, I met Elf Boy Chris, who does Elvish translations and like beautiful calligraphy art, and found out that Elf Boy Chris sells these Elvish calendars and was kind enough to send me one. Chris was like, I don't know if you remember me from Comic-Con, and I was like, yeah, I do. You do the beautiful translations. And so I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, and it's still kind of rolled up because I just got it in the mail. But like, for the Tolkien fans out there, cool, right? If anyone wants to check them out, elfboy.com. But yeah, I love friends that make cool stuff. And like, when you have been studying... This is a 14-month Elvish calendar. When you have been studying Elvish and like this language and how to write this language this long and like Tolkien lore this much, I'm like, dude, so much respect. So much respect. I do know cool people. Yeah, that's my flex for today, is that I know Elf Boy Chris. But yeah, I just think this is a super cool project. And I'm really excited that it came in. Now I need to figure out where I'm hanging it in my house. Not Elvis translations. No, Elvish. Elvish. Later summer. Yeah. Really pretty. And here it says for, this is brought to life straight out of the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. It's a physical representation of the calendar utilized by the elves in the Third Age, but adapted to synchronize with the modern Gregorian calendar. The calendar of Imladris is broken up into 6 months of varied lengths, and each week is only 6 days long, which gives this calendar a truly unique format that had to be meticulously designed from scratch. There's a full guide inside to help navigate the visual differences between the Elvish and Gregorian calendars. This is like so nerdy and beautiful, and I'm into it. I'm into it. So yeah, Chris, thank you for sending this to me. I need to lay it down flat and put some books on top of it so it's not all crinkly. Do I have anything in here now? Yes. Hold on. I'm going to do that. I'm going to lay this down so that it can straighten out because I need to figure out where I'm going to hang it. I saw someone asking about my controller mounts on the wall. Some of them are like adhesive taped on and some of them are screwed on. Or maybe all of them are adhesive taped on now. I don't know. I have them linked on my Amazon store profile because I just keep ordering the same kind because they work. Let's see. You'd love to hear some Elvis translations? I think art and people that make art is super cool, and especially if it's a talent that I don't have, I really admire that. Gotta showcase the pretty controllers, always. I need more. I want to do another row here and maybe even beyond that because I have more controllers that I want to showcase. Okay. Let me bring up the spin wheel. That's what I started doing, and then I got distracted by the beautiful calendar. Okay. Where did I get them? They're on my Amazon storefront, those mounts. So here, I'll find it. Amazon. I clicky that link. And they are in, let me see if I can find, they're in the My Streaming Setup idea list, which so is my UPS because I was downloading stuff for it. But yes, they are from a company or a seller called 6 a.m. Lifestyle. And it says I've purchased these 4 times. I've purchased these mounts 4 times because I keep adding more controllers. But here, I'm pasting the link. That's the direct link to the controller mounts. Your dad got a 3D printer and is encouraging you to do stuff, so you might look into printing some. Yeah, do it. You probably could 3D print them. What's the teal and orange controller? The pink one under the yellow controller. Okay, hold on. This one I forget what game that is. I really like the design, but it goes with a specific game. And it doesn't say it on the back. This might be Tales of Kenzara Zhao. That might be what this one is. I think that's what it is, now that I'm thinking about it. And then this one is a really cool looking controller for a really awful movie. This was the Wonder Woman 84 controller. That's pretty cool. That's the logo for Tails. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That's what I thought it was. Oh, I did see that PlayStation filed a patent for a buttonless controller, and me no likey. I mean, I haven't seen it. I clearly haven't played anything on it, but I am very skeptical. Hi, Beto. Can I believe it's February already? No. Wonder Woman 84 wasn't that bad? Oh, I thought it was awful. I did not like Wonder Woman 84. I thought the movie was heinous. Like, laugh out loud, bad. Deserved to win some Razzie Awards. Bad. But the controller's cool. But yeah, I thought that movie was real bad. Okay. Spin wheel is coming up. Hold on, it's just taking me a second. Yeah, Tales of Kenzara Zhao. Exactly. All right, so let me take a look here at our Game On requests for last month. We've got Neon Inferno, which was from Rob. We have Death Stranding 2 on the Beach from STS. I have a Game On request from Urkzilla that just says hi. Urkzilla, if you're here today, let me know what game you want. Otherwise, I'm just going to refund your scales. Okay, Rob again with Neon Inferno. Yeah, I don't think there's a game called Hi, is there? Just Hi, like hello, hi. Feeling R was from Tank Shade X. So that's on there. I don't know what Feeling R is, but I'll trust you. Rob did Ghost of Yotei. And that's it. Tank Shade X said, nope, that's wrong. It just says Feeling R. So what would you like it to be, Tank? Maybe Feeling R was an error. Okay, do you want me to refund it or do you have a game you want me to put in there? Do I have a controller from the Xbox Design Lab? I don't, Playmaker T. Feeling R was an error. Okay, well, just let me know if you want something else. Yeah. So Neon Inferno, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, and Blood... no, not Blood Refreshed. We don't have another Blood Refreshed. Yeah, not a lot. Because Feeling R and High are both in there. You were trying to say Feeling Retro Mood, so Biomenace Remastered. Okay, great. Biomenace. I'll just put in Biomenace. Biomenace Remastered. Raptor Blade says, I was low-key jealous of your High on Life 2 goodies. Some people got them in Nerdy Goodies that just shipped out yesterday. Okay. So yeah, I guess since Urkzilla's not here, I'm just going to refund those scales. Because High isn't a game. And then, yeah, that's 2 Neon Infernos, 1 Death Stranding, 1 Biomenace, 1 Ghost of Yotei. And that's it. Yeah, it's a small wheel for January, which makes sense. I mean, I was, at CES for a lot of it and not streaming. Okay. Let me put up the spin wheel now. There it is. I should probably space these out more. Hold on. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm just going to spin it. My heart shirt fit as expected. I did not see it, but thank you for letting me know. So that Nora person that was like 1 out of 5 too small, she's just special, right? Okay, here we go. Nope, spin again. Oh! That is solidly a win for Neon Inferno. Congratulations. I'm going to write it down now. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Neon Inferno. And that one was from Rob. Yay, congratulations. Only 2 spins this time. I know it worked out. You did win. Thank you, everybody that made your Game On requests for the month of January. Let me just make sure. Yep. Okay, great. Huzzah. You forgot about that game. Looks pretty cool. I feel like we played it on Gong Show, but maybe we didn't. Maybe I'm imagining that. Let me see. I have the spreadsheet here, so I can just look. Yes, it was an Ultimate Gong Show winner in November of last year. So we played it. It won as it was a Gong Show winner, and then it won as the ultimate for the day and went on to the Gong Stravaganza, so we must have played it again. Explains why it was on your wish list. Yeah, it was a Gong Show game, but ultimate winner of its day, which is cool. Nice. All right. Someone had said, I hope my card came to your P.O. box. So I had a stream before I left for Pennsylvania where I picked up everything at the P.O. box and opened it on stream. And then this is the first time I've stopped at the P.O. box since I came back from Pennsylvania. Oh, Fate Photo, I'm sorry. Look at this beautiful card. It's so nice. And yeah, this is from Jacob Drake. I love Jacob Drake's art. Jacob Drake, who did our hype train. I love that the card just says, yep, I drew a freaking bear, y'all. Thank you, Jacob. I love it. And then you said, I immediately thought of you when I saw these and couldn't resist. Hope you like them. That's so nice. Let's see. Thank you for sending these. And I'm sorry that I'm getting them so late. A shirt? A Disney shirt. But it says Hyrule. And it's the Hyrulean Castle. Oh, this is a really fun mashup. This is a really fun mashup. Thank you. I love it. It's perfect. And it's my right size, too. And it looks like a second shirt. What's this one? Jacob, you get me. Jacob's been a dragon rider for such a long time. Chocobo Adventure Race Club. These are both awesome. Thank you, Jacob. I love them. I love them. Did they put Navi up there instead of Tinkerbell? Let's see. They sure did. They sure did. These are awesome. Yeah, Jacob's been a community member for a very long time. In fact, my Facebook page, like my official Facebook page banner, used to be artwork that Jacob did of me as a hobbit sitting in the Shire. Like Jacob did art of me as a hobbit hanging out in the Shire. And that was my Facebook banner for a while. No details were missed in that shirt. Yes. Oh, we did get your holiday card, Comsci Dude. It's on my fridge with all my other holiday cards. It was great. Thank you for sending. But yeah, I got it. And I think I showed that off when I did my P.O. Box run before the holidays. So I don't know if you were on that stream. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch version of Dispatch. We talked about this on Nintendo Weekly a little bit. But yeah, all the language was kept in, but the nudity censor bars were a must for Nintendo. They just said it had to be in accordance with their policies. Joker Joe says, oh, I didn't realize he made that. Yeah, Jacob Drake is awesome. Yeah, so I did a stream before I left where, and it might have been like a Wacky Wednesday or something. It might not have been a Sunday, which is maybe why some people missed it. I did a stream where I was like, just went to the P.O. box. That's like my last P.O. box stop before I go home for the holidays. So I wanted to open everything. And then I went right from the holidays into CES. And then I had all the like, get stuff done from CES, which by the way, I still have more CES videos that need to come out. CES was wild this year. But yeah, I will put those out at some point. But now I'm like, and then the PC troubleshooting problems. So I had whole days that I was just troubleshooting my PC that I honestly should have probably been working on different things. But when one of my babies is sick, that's the first priority. And I say that meaning my PCs and also my literal child. Joker Joe, that is a weird line. Did I have a Nintendo Weekly this past Friday? So Chicago We were a little weird this past Friday, and I'm sorry. I probably should have put it in the Discord, and I just didn't because I was busy on Friday with other things. But because Friday was a national strike day, I didn't really feel right about encouraging people to shop that day, or I didn't feel right about me working that day in solidarity. So what we ended up doing was at the end of my normally scheduled Thursday stream, we did Nintendo Weekly then. So it happened late in the day on Thursday instead of early Friday morning. So if anybody wanted to watch the VOD of it, the Amazon still has the Nintendo Weekly VOD from this past week, and Twitch does. It's just at the end of the Thursday stream. Yes, it was Thursday because of events on Friday. You said that much more succinctly than I did, Irdal. Thank you. Yes, and companies are finally starting to get rid of AI slop. I know, that's exciting. You didn't have the option to not work on Friday. I'm sorry. I know. Well, that's a lot of the stuff I was seeing was like stay home from school as well. And I was like, I'm not going to hold Logan out of school. But like at least as much as what I can do, and then, be active for local events in my area. That's what I want to do. And I'm going through, here's a little vulnerable personal chat, but I'm going through another really hard time in terms of social media because I prioritize being active in my day-to-day life and in my local community versus online activism. And a lot of that's still like leftover feelings I have from like previous times when I did try online activism and got like a lot of blowback for not doing it correctly and all sorts of other stuff, that I was like, you know what? I think shouting into the void and like arguing with bots and strangers is not how I want to spend my energy and time in these moments. I'd rather spend my energy and time like putting in the work offline, and like having hard conversations with people who I actually know and care about enough to have those hard conversations with, rather than rando strangers and bots. And I just think for me, that's a better use of my energy and time. That's my take on it. But then I see all the people online that are like, you hold everyone that's not being active online accountable, and here's lists of people that haven't said anything, and you're just as bad as the people promoting stuff. And it's like, I don't know. For me, online activism is a waste of time. For me, I don't think it helps move the needle. And the things that I'm doing, like outside, are things that I feel really good about, and I do think help move the needle. And so that's where I like to focus my time and energy, on the people whose opinions I actually care about. And like I would like these people to have the hard conversations with me, not strangers. But like, you're so burned out with all the stuff. And that's kind of my thing too about the online thing, is like, you're just bombarded with it all the time, and it kind of like shuts down the nervous system at a certain point. Returned. It's easy to get burnout. Paladin says, I hate how people think everyone raises awareness the same way. Well, it kind of, hey Vegeta, thank you. It's this idea of like, and this happens a lot online with lots of different issues, but people are very like, if you're not showing it in the way I want you to show it, then screw you. And people get very much like that. Whether it's like their particular platform, if you're not doing it on their particular platform or in the way they expect to see it. Like, it's just very, I've actually read a psychological paper on it, how there's a lot of people online that consume media that expect everything to be created for them. Where it'll be like, there's a whole 20-minute YouTube video about a phone, and they're like, yes, but you didn't mention the only thing that I care about, so this whole video is trash. Like, everybody expects it to be specifically made for their consumption, which clearly, like, that's not reality. But everybody has that. It's a really interesting phenomenon to follow. But as someone that creates stuff online, I try to keep myself informed and aware of these different things, honestly, for a couple different reasons. But one of the benefits is so that, like, I don't take it so personally when people freak out at me because I didn't do something exactly the way they want me to. Joker Joe, you said, I feel like it sets off fight or flight in a sense, and constantly being in it keeps you in a state, which I'm not a doctor, but I would assume isn't good for you. That's absolutely true. There's lots of stuff that's proven that. You have a friend that's really active and makes political art, and he encourages people to fight back, but he never judges people for how they do so. I would love to see your friend's art. Can you share it, please, in the Discord? I like when people use their creativity for that kind of stuff. That's great. Dante says, people are entitled? No, I'm shocked. Sarcasm. Do I know the bean soup theory? I don't think I do, Badak. New user says, maybe controversial, but drop the for me. Online activism is a waste of time. I saw a friend of the channel, who I'm not going to call out, but I saw a friend of the channel post something that was like, if you don't see someone posting about something, first of all, please try to understand that you don't see everything they post. Like, you probably don't follow them on every platform and watch everything they put out. And secondly, you have no idea, like, what they do outside of the one thing that you're looking at. And he got so much, like, clapback from people that were like, no, this is BS. You have to hold people accountable. And he kind of ended up backtracking it. But I responded to him and I was like, I actually completely agree with you. Like, you have no idea what people are doing, A, in all the different social things that they participate in, and B, you certainly have no idea what they're doing offline. Because to me, it seems a little egotistical to be like, well, just because I haven't seen it, it's clearly not happening. I don't know. But I guess that's a hot take, because the person who originally posted it got a lot of clapback on it. Is that the right word? I don't know if I'm using that. Got a lot of flack is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. Spread positivity and be excellent like Bill and Ted. And definitely call out when people are being cruel, for sure. Dante says, I saw that post, ironically. And Joker Joe, I understand being close to deleting your Instagram account. It's just, it's too much to intake all the time. And Beardtastic Yogi says some parts of the rebellion need to stay underground for safety. And like, okay. So I've thought about that a lot. And I feel like no one else, thank you for saying that, because I've thought about that a lot. And I'm like, am I the only person that thinks this? But I'm like, I have seen all the shows and like read a lot of fictional works that take place in history. And like, nonfiction stuff that took place in history. And like, to be the front that's protecting and helping people, one must have front. Not that I'm trying to say in any way any of us should have a front right now, but like, just being slightly more subtle could put you in a better position to help others later. Like, that's also something to think about, like the Underground Railroad. Exactly. If you're like loud and proud broadcasting exactly what your rebellious activities are, maybe that's not the smartest move. Just saying. Facial recognition is out there. That's true too. And Dante says expecting people to take a stance on every issue on God's green earth is bonkers. People do. That's just a sad reality of like, if you exist online, people expect you to have a take on everything. And the second you have a take on one thing, they're like, well, why haven't you spoken out about these other 24 things? And like, at some point you're like, because this isn't an account that's meant for political stances every day. That's not what this is. Like, that's cool that that's what you are looking for. Go follow Philip DeFranco. His whole thing is taking stances on stuff and news. Like, it seems like that's the type of account you're looking for. Okay, the bean soup thing. Someone posted a recipe for bean soup, and some people were asking what to do if they didn't like beans and not realizing it wasn't meant for them. Yeah, that's a very good internet in a nutshell. Yes, there are people who can't be loud and proud because of their visa situation. CP says, I follow Trisha exclusively for her political takes. I know you're being very facetious there, my friend. But yeah, we do what you can. How did my sister say it once? And she's very active, not online, very active IRL, and always has been since college for what she believes in. She fights for what she believes in, and I respect the heck out of that. But she was like, look, no one can be inundated with this stuff all the time. And she was like, because of what you do for work, I know you have to be online a lot. I wish you could just unplug for a while. But she was like, do what you can to take care of you so that you can rest and come back with the energy to fight the good fight. Because if you're constantly just being bombarded or arguing with people who you don't know or bots, you will not have the energy to do the things that you need to do to actually make a difference. And that really sat with me. Joker Joe, can you DM? Oh, I see. You're talking to me. Oh, DM me that on Discord, please. Thank you. DM me that on Discord. What bothers you the most is when people discuss one thing, all of a sudden they get lumped into one group or another without thinking. Oh, that's the other thing, is there is no nuance online. So, like, I kind of wanted to say, in response to that post where they were like, you have no, you don't really watch all these people's content. Like, I am much happier to kind of talk about things on a live stream format in a nuanced way where we can have a back and forth and there's no character limit to it. I am not the person that's ever going to be like, hot take, full stop. Like, I think there are nuance to these conversations, and I think there's a lot of room for people to misinterpret the intention of the statement in like a very short form social media format. And that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. And so, I would much rather, like I said, have a long form conversation with people. Where also, when you have a long form back and forth with people, that's when like common ground can be found, right? Which I think that does help move the needle ultimately. If you sit in your activism for too long, you need to take some time to come up for air to see things, how things may have progressed. That's true too. That's true too. Am I doing a casual Tifa cosplay? Not on purpose. I actually thought, I said to Nate this morning, I thought I was doing a casual like Sporty Spice. But then I was like, no, I guess I'd need the high pony if I was doing a casual Sporty Spice. But that's, when I put this on today, like I'm just, honestly, it's just a PJ stream. Like these Marvel sweatpants that I'm wearing, this is what I slept in last night. So these are just my PJ pants. I just decided to put on a shirt. And I was like, my pants are black and white. This shirt's black and white. Done. I did it. Online issues are not black and white. My outfit is.
Returned.
Rob, thank you for the resub. Yeah, I'm all about critical thinking and debates, but not with strangers online. I think that is a poor use of time and energy. And I learned that the hard way because I used to, when other world events would happen, try to express opinions. And yeah, it was a nightmare. And didn't help anything. Looks great either way. Sleeping in sweats, you couldn't? Oh yeah. Well, I had like sweatpants and a t-shirt on. That's what I slept in last night. I was freezing when I got home last night. Now, I was freezing for Southern California. Put the little asterisk on that. It was probably 50 degrees, but that was very cold for me last night. So I put on sweatpants and socks and cuddled up to my husband. And I was like, warm me up, please. I actually said, I was like, I'm sorry, I don't want to put my cold hands on you. And he was like, it's fine. He was like, I'm not cold. You put your cold hands on me. So I was like, thank you. I was so cold last night. It was -8 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday morning where you are, Carmelita. Oh, that's so chilly. You're okay with whatever rant I want to do. Thank you, Irdal. Thank you, Irdal. But yeah, because of stuff, like horrible world events that have happened in the past, that I tried to like share information on or make some statement on, the people who disagreed with what I was saying, obviously, like, hate rated me. And then the people who I think ultimately probably would have agreed with what I was saying were so, like, spun up that they wanted to get mad at me for how I said it. And also, then I got upset and was, like, responding to people without being fully educated on it. Like, I'm like, I am doing the best I can to keep myself informed whilst also, being a parent to my child and like trying to go about daily business like we all are. And I'm going to say things wrong, right? This is where I feel like nuance is super important. Like, we're all going to say something wrong. I called a building the wrong name or something like that on Twitter. And then everybody was like, see, you're an absolute idiot that doesn't know what you're talking about. And your whole opinion's invalidated. And I was like, this is awful. This is awful. Like, and I've had enough of those experiences in trying to, like, do good that I'm like, you know what? I can do much more good in my local community, volunteering with actual people and nonprofits I support and donating to these nonprofits. Like, that does so much more than me getting really upset and arguing with strangers online. Thank you, Beardtastic. I do feel safe here and in the Discord to talk about things with nuance. And I do try to be open to new information. I'm the first one to admit I don't know everything. Come on, please. None of us do. Jonathan Carr says we have to give each other grace to be imperfect humans. Amen. I need a shirt that says that. I do genuinely believe, I'm an optimist, but I do genuinely believe most people are just trying to do the best they can. And of course, people come from all different walks of life and are going to have many different ideas about what is the best they can, like what that looks like. And that's where those conversations, I think, need to be had. But Twitter's a nightmare right now. Yeah, dude, it's a nightmare. Starcat. Yes, and I get it. People are upset. Like, I get it. People can be reactionary because they're very upset, and that totally makes sense. You know, I'm not trying to, like, excuse it, but I can see where it's happening from, right? And yeah, I mean, I like to be a big dork on Maine. That's what I like to do. The only reason that I post on social media is to be a big dork on Maine. That's like where my comfortability factor of like sharing my life is. Not taking like very nuanced, smart takes on world politics. I didn't study that. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to stay informed, but like I will never say it perfectly. I can like retweet people that do or reshare people who I think said it much more eloquently than me. And I like that now, at least on Instagram, when you like a post, it can share it to your feed so people can see that. But yes, Opinionat, very Socratic of you. Says, given human limits, the more one knows, the more one realizes how much more they don't know. And I'm like, Socrates said that. There was like a quote, a Socratic quote that says like exactly that, I feel like. Maybe it's Plato. See, not perfect. But I remember in my like Greek and Latin studies courses, I very specifically remember that. It's like the wise man knows that he knows nothing or something like that from Socrates. Yeah, trying to be optimistic is not being blind or permissive of things. Dork on Maine is a good t-shirt. That is a good t-shirt. You're right. Starcat, I'm into that form of protest. You only use Twitter for down detector notifications? I use it when there's an earthquake in LA. Because Twitter will be trending LA earthquake way before like any of my earthquake apps even tell me. It is very difficult to try to stay optimistic. It is. Opinionat says I'm not super familiar with the works of other philosophers, but I have a very philosophical mind. I love that. Yeah, Twitter, I mean, Twitter's a mess. And now especially with TikTok getting bought out, now there's all this conversation about what type of speech is being, I mean, people are calling it censored, but I think what they really mean is not shared widely. What type of speech, what's the word I'm looking for? Suppressed. What type of speech is being not shared as widely and or suppressed on Twitter, on TikTok, on, all these different platforms. And people have lots of theories and have for years about what's being shadow banned and that kind of stuff. But that's also something to take into consideration if your biggest form of activism is online, right? Yeah, shadow banned. I know a lot of people use that term a lot on Instagram. Here, now I need to know which philosopher said that. Wise man knows he knows nothing. Who said that? Often termed the Socratic paradox. So it does come from Socrates. He was declared the wisest man in Athens because he understood the limits of his own knowledge. It was Socratic. Yes, I remember something from college. The admission of ignorance signifies intellectual humility, recognizing that true wisdom comes from openness, constant learning, and avoiding the trap of false certainty. Y'all, that's from Socrates. How little we have learned. How little we have learned. When was... And then Plato reiterated it because Plato was a student of Socrates. Plato reiterated it saying, I neither know nor think I know in his books. But yeah, it's attributed to Socrates originally. But yeah, what year was Socrates? (400 BCE) is when he was born. So y'all, since 400 BCE, we have not learned anything as a species. Clearly. Let's see. PH Logiston says, I understand it. Plato loved Socrates, but I wonder how much of what he recounts is himself and what's just straight out of Socrates. And I mean, it was so long ago, honestly. No one will ever know, really. Oh, if you like philosophy, like if that's your jam, I studied so much philosophy and theology in college because I really enjoy those kind of conversations. If you like that, read like the Socratic method books, because like Robbie said, rather than telling you what he thinks, he would just ask you a series of questions and lead you to the answer. It's fascinating. I always really enjoyed reading that stuff. Isn't it funny we still put AD on formal invites? Wait, people do? I didn't know that. Philosophy classes were so much fun to me. And I took a lot of theology classes because the theology classes, at least at the university I went to, were essentially philosophy classes with a deity incorporated. So philosophy and theology were very, very closely related. I feel like sometimes when I tell people I took a lot of theology classes, they think that means like I sat there and just got ingrained with one particular worldview. But that's not it at all. Like I took a lot of theology classes that explored worldviews I was unfamiliar with, right? And it's just the philosophy of that particular worldview that happens to have a deity or multiple deities for some of them. You always found it interesting how it's either Plato or Socrates. They would never say something was outright evil. They would just say, they would just ask questions from the statement that was given. Yeah, so people could self-reflect. They just, basically that whole method of debate is forcing people to self-reflect and more firmly back up what they're saying their opinion is. Like making them to really think deep about the opinion they're saying so that it's either a fully fleshed out opinion or they realize the flaws in their own line of logic. I think it's fascinating. Oh, Thomas Aquinas. I studied Thomas Aquinas in school for sure. Super Rad said theology is like reading the DM Guide deity section. Dude. I've said this before, but it cracked me up for years after college. I was like, yeah, I was a theater major, theology minor. I know, super weird combo. And like 10 years after I graduated, somebody out here in LA was like, oh, so you were a D&D kid. And I was like, I was a D&D kid, but I never made the connection that like that could be why I was a theater major, theology minor, because I was a D&D kid. And once they said it, like a light bulb went off and it made so much more sense. Because it is. Theology is like reading the DM Guide Deity section. It was very funny. D&D kids for the win. I love the philosophical conversation happening in chat right now. 'Tis true. 'Tis true. And honestly, the debates in my philosophy and theology classes were so fun and educational, and no one took a conflicting opinion. Well, I mean, we were arguing about pie in the sky things. We weren't arguing about things that affect very real people in very real ways. So because of that, people were able to have these philosophical debates without getting overwhelmed by emotion. And it was really lovely and really fun. Now, I kind of backtracked on how I said that because I do completely understand why people get so overwhelmed by heightened emotions when it's something that directly affects your life and the people around you, and like you're seeing it all the time. I think we're all in that state right now, which makes healthy debate really difficult. Because I don't want to say like, I wish we could all just debate like I did in college, because that's naive, right? Like the things we were debating in college were like, is this really a mug or is it just the form of a mug? You know, like that doesn't impact anyone's real life. So you can have debates about that all day. Tough choice. Which is better? Philosophical debate and discussion in a philosophy class, or philosophical debate and discussion at 3 a.m. after drinking? Depends who you're debating with. Lizard Shadow Government. If you're debating after 3 a.m. with like people who you absolutely love unconditionally and they love you back unconditionally, I think that can be really good. If it's people you barely know or people that are just looking to like get that mic drop moment, then no. But that's the big thing for me, is like, rather than having a back and forth on Instagram comments or threads or something like that with a person who I don't know, that might not even be a real person, I would rather have that 1 hour long phone call with my aunt, who is someone I actually know, who I maybe think I can get to see like some common ground. I think that is way more useful. My aunt who lives in a swing state. I think that is a way more useful spend of my time than arguing with some random person on threads. Call me bonkers. Do I feel like I have to speak with a filter when talking online and also in person? I mean, I try not to be a jerk, but that's the same filter I apply online or offline. And I try to make sure that like the things that I'm saying are an accurate way to articulate what my thoughts are. Because, you know, you can always choose more descriptive words and fine tune what you're saying to be more specific. And I try very hard to do that. But again, that's an offline or online thing. Back in the day, they used to have safe spaces for discussions and conversations. Now everybody doesn't take the time to do that. Ah, that's interesting. That's an interesting observation. Anthony, my friend Anthony. Hi, bud. Anthony, I was wearing my Empathy is Cool, actually, shirt earlier this week, and I gave you a shout out. How are you, my friend? How are you, my friend? Good to see your face. Well, your name, not your face. I would like to see your face. I still need to see your place now that it's set up. Have not seen. Have not, would like to. Your favorite shirt. I love that shirt, too. People were asking me where I got it, and I was like, I don't know. I was with Anthony at PAX. And we went up to this table, and Anthony knew the people. And was like, I have that shirt. And I was like, that shirt's rad. And then I bought it. But I couldn't remember any more details because my brain is goldfish. Werlin found the website. Nice. Yeah, folks, go follow my good buddy, Anthony. Mike Newman, Film Joy. Get the shirt from them. That's what Anthony Carboni said. Okay, great. Yeah, I have a goldfish memory now. I swear. I don't know if it's perimenopause brain. I don't know what it is, but whoa, my long-term memory is so not great anymore. Although I did just remember the Socratic method, so I gotta like pat myself on the back for that a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of details that like I remember being with Anthony at PAX West and buying that shirt, but I don't remember like the details around it, if that makes sense. I remember the tent poles of the event. But that's it. Goldfish can do some incredible things. But yeah, poor Nate all the time is like, no, babe, remember when we did this? I'm like, no, not at all. That didn't happen. And I genuinely feel, it's actually led to arguments sometimes. I feel so bad in retrospect, but I'm like, he's clearly gaslighting me. He's telling me this thing happened and it never happened. And Nate's like, no, babe, that really happened. You just don't remember it. And so that's very, very hard for my brain right now, like the last year or two. And like sometimes Nate will be like, and then remember you said this, and then I said this, and then you said this. And the more details he gives me about it, I'm like, oh, wait, I guess I do remember that. Sorry. But yeah, it's pretty tough. Oh, Star Fusion, I've been unfriending people on Facebook left and right. Because I just can't. Joker Joe, you have the same memory problems. Maybe it's unmedicated adult ADD. You were diagnosed as a kid. Maybe. I don't know. Nate does not seem like the gaslighting type. No, I married the nicest man I ever met. For sure. Aw, Anthony. So Anthony, you've talked about this publicly and you just put it in chat, but Anthony has long COVID and chronic fatigue syndrome as a result of that. And so sometimes you just straight up forgot that. Yeah, dude. That's every now and then I just have to say to, like now I just say to Nate, well, your memory is much better than mine. So if you're saying that happened, it probably did. I just say that now. Robbie, that's a good point. We've decreased the perceived value of knowledge. That makes me so sad. It's so sad. Rand, I read your comment too fast, but I think what you're saying is like good on people for accepting, good on your mom for not being a jerk about it. Is that what you're saying? What do we do to not get forgotten by me? Well, I see you guys all the time, so that's like repetitive. Like the people that are in chat a lot that I see all the time and like have known online at least for years, that's like a constant, right? But I will say sometimes when I see people at conventions and they're like, remember I met you 8 years ago at this convention? And it's like the only time I've ever seen them other than in that very moment that I'm in. I have a really hard time because I'm like, I don't. And then I feel like a jerk. But it's like nothing on them. It's just my brain is not great. Sometimes. Oh, excess stress can cause weird memory stuff. That's interesting opinion, because I know I'm a high stress person. Every time they make you fill out the questionnaire, like when you go in for your annual physical and wellness checkups, they're always like, ma'am, we're gonna need you to de-stress. I'm like, I know, I get it. Prime Operative says, I do have a quick reply to Flat Earthers, though. You can't have time zones on Flat Earth. I mean, that's a good answer. With knowledge being so available, we don't see how precious it is. Oh, that's well said. That's well said. Oh, you were saying your nephew and niece are okay with it. That's great. Our RAM gets full. I know, anytime I see those like too many tabs open shirts, I'm like, it's me. Hi, it's me. Anthony, you're mostly just tired all the time. Yeah, I know, bud. You've gone from medium to light, and that helps. I do, Alvarac, yes. We went to the Halo event together. But there are people that like I'll work with on set and talk to for hours all day on set and love the conversation I had with them. And come home and like tell Nate about this wonderful conversation I had with this person. And then just I won't happen to see them again for like 4 or 5 years. And see them 5 years later. And for whatever reason, my memory doesn't click. Like I feel like I don't know this person. And then when they're like, remember we worked this and we talked about this and this and this, I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. And then I feel like a jerk because my brain just didn't remember that. It's 100% stress, you think? I need a solid vacay. I don't know. I feel like I just took all that time off for the holidays. I will say what I'm doing definitely better with stress for 2026 so far is, again, now that I have an autoimmune diagnosis, like I'm much more keenly aware of what stress does physically to me and my body and how it can actually make me sick. So just like operating high functioning stress all the time, like I know it's bad for me in a much more tangible way now. Using my little like Fitbit guidelines has been really helpful for me lately. And just watching things like my heart rate variability and like a lot of other metrics that can just help give me some insights into when I'm doing a better job maintaining work-life balance and taking care of myself versus when I'm just full on in stress mode. And I used to just live in stress mode 24/7, but I'm really trying to make a concentrated effort to not do that. I mean, the holidays can be stressful. You mean like laying on the beach doing nothing? Dude, that is my kind of vacation. But my husband hates the beach, so he does it for me sometimes, but sometimes you remember the feeling more than the words said. That's true. That's well said too. Sprinkles! Sprinkles! I specifically remember meeting you a handful of times. And P.S. Weech also. Although I do feel bad sometimes when I only remember people by their online screen name. But I'm like, that's what I see all the time. Like the repetition that I'm remembering is that. But then I did CES, which is always, and this year was like definitely a stressful week. Have I ever gotten eye twitches from stress? Yes. I get it from stress and I get it from being tired. I get eye twitches from that. Get Nate into windsurfing? No, Nate. So Nate doesn't like the sun because he doesn't tan easy. He just goes straight to burning. And he doesn't like the feeling of sunscreen on his skin. So because of that, he tends to avoid the sun kind of in a vampiric way. So he doesn't like water sports. He doesn't like beach hangs. Or like we go to the beach, we have to set up like a big tent umbrella for Nate to hang out under. Rob, you flew 90,000 miles for work in 2025. That's wild. It was too much and why you changed jobs. Well, congrats on the job change. Shout out to Nate from a fellow vampire. D-Man says at places like TwitchCon, I've only gone by my username. It is easier that way, honestly. And I get a lot of people, too, that it happens to me where I'm like, hi, I'm Trisha. And they're like, I don't think we've met before. And then, like, we'll have a nice conversation. I'll be like, all right, let me follow you so I can, like, follow your stuff. And then I see that they're already, and I'm like, oh, you're already following me. And they're like, wait, you're that girl Trish. Like, that happens all the time, and I fault no one for it. Because I'm like, the way you're used to interacting with someone is under a handle. Then yeah, of course you know them by that handle. That makes sense. You remember faces better than names. I do that sometimes too. You flew 90,000 miles for fun in 2025? Ooh, my body couldn't handle that much flying. And I feel like I fly a fair bit for work. But I fly once every month and a half maybe. Some months are busier than others, but not too bad. Not too bad, I will say. I have a flight coming up this month, but not a long flight, for something fun. I look like Tifa, but with glasses. Everyone likes this shirt. They think it's like a Tifa shirt because the white and the black. I get it. It's like a bounding kind of thing. I just got new lenses in these glasses, by the way. Y'all, I can see so much better with these glasses now. I feel like I have like superhero vision right now. TJ, it's why whenever I meet you, I lead with my Twitch name. It totally is helpful for my brain. Thank you. Good to know. VidCon 2015. Oh my gosh. I will remember very little from VidCon 2015. So that was either my first VidCon post SourceFed or my last VidCon with SourceFed in 2015, because 2015 was the year I left SourceFed and started my own company. But yeah, I like working for myself. I was talking to somebody at my friend's birthday party last night about that. I really enjoy working for myself. Like, I really enjoy the entrepreneurship of it. And I know not everybody does, but for my personality type, I like it a lot. The downside is that I have a tendency to overstress myself out. But it was the last because it was the last one you went to. That makes sense. The lenses get scratched over time, and then when you get new ones, the realization truly sets in how much it was affecting vision clarity. Yeah. And my optometrist is so cute because she follows my stuff online, and she was like, your red glasses are your newer glasses, but I always see you in these. These prescriptions are like 2 or 3 years old. I was like, you're not wrong. So when I got my new prescription this year, she was like, all right, we're updating those. I was like, yep. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have to talk to my boss about overworking me, but boss is me. I am overworking me, which is a hard problem to be in. But I also have more control over when I'm like, look, I just need an hour to decompress. I can do that and not have to report to anyone or worry about getting in trouble for it. That's nice. Talk to yourself. I'm going to go talk to me about it. I'm hydrating with coffee, which is not the right way to hydrate. Tachyoma, but thank you. I'm doing it. I will get water for realsies later. Hey, me, quit overworking me, okay? What's the coffee choice today? Again, Nate made my coffee, so I don't know. I think the pods he got recently are Starbucks pods, and he gets like just a variety pack. So it's either vanilla, caramel, toffee nut, or mocha. I'm going to say this is caramel today. Caramel or caramel, depending how you say it. I grew up on the East Coast. I say caramel. How are my performance reviews with myself going? Okay, this year. Busiest CES yet. So from a financial review, very successful. But from a employee being too overworked review, I need my boss to cut me some slack. That's so confusing. What's Mario's favorite state? Louisiana. I love it. I love it. You go see your eye doctor once a year. I think that's what you're supposed to do, right? I see my optometrist once a year. You hear my company is downsizing. My company's actually not downsizing. My company is hiring. I just brought someone new on board the team, just starting last week. So now it's me, Jen, and one other person. And I might bring on another extra person this year. And the goal of the bringing on the extra people is to not overwork myself. Is to put a better system in place so that when I do reach the super busy times, I'm not just like, well, I have to pull an all-nighter all the time. I'm trying to, while things are slower, because Q1 for me work-wise is always a little slower. While things are slower, put a system into place so that when things do ramp up, I'm ready to go. And not getting to a place where, poor Jen and I during CES, neither of us were sleeping. It was not good. And so that was kind of the catalyst I needed, plus my autoimmune diagnosis, plus just me getting older. But I was like, this is the kick in the pants that I need to really put a better system into place for scaling up. Thank you, Joker Joe. Is payroll going to be a task? No, I have a payroll system already set up that I've been using for my company for years. So that's fine. That's easy. Maud has a team as well. She does. Mm-hmm. It's something Maud and I actually talk about a lot, is how we can be better bosses and be better employees. Just bouncing ideas off each other. Do I have job listings? No. So I am not great. I will say one of the things I'm not great about in terms of like entrepreneurial skills is going through a hiring process. I've done job listings where I put out a job listing and I get hundreds of applications, and I will say I am not great at going through all the resumes. I think I'm finding the best ones or the best resumes, and then I do my interview and I think I'm asking good interview questions, and then I hire the person and they end up not working out for me. That has happened so many times, and it's one of the reasons I've just always been like, you know what, I'll just do it all myself then, because I kept running into that problem. So what I'm trying to do now is referral outreach predominantly, and so I'm reaching out to a bunch of people I know and saying, do you have anyone you've worked with in the past that you would recommend for a position that I need that's X, Y, and Z traits? And I'm getting a bunch of names from people I know and who they would recommend. And then I'm going to reach out to those people and say like, hey, are you interested and available, first and foremost? And if they are, can you send me a sample of your stuff? And use that sampling pool to draw from, as opposed to just putting it out into existence. Hiring is not a lot of fun, and I'm not great at it. Make sure you have a clear set of expectations that you can present to potential hires. Yes, I have like a whole sheet of things that I need. But yeah, I've learned, I think I'm a good interviewer, but I honestly think that like mom Trish kicks in too much, and I want everyone to be successful. And so I think I interview everyone with a like, no, you're doing so great, you've already got this attitude, when I probably should be interviewing people with a more critical eye so that I can really find the best people for the job, instead of interviewing people and like hoping they'll all be great for the job and try. It's like the Cinderella slipper, right? I'm trying to make the slipper fit for everybody. And I think I need to do a little bit less of that. Hiring is often performative art. The people portray themselves way better than they usually are. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Raptor Blade, you have that moment whenever your interviewee feels nervous? I know. Now you know why so many organizations want to use AI to sort through applicants. Well, I trust myself more than I trust AI, but I don't think I'm good at it. Because I mean, I've always said like, I'm happy to train. Like, it's okay if you don't have a lot of experience. I'm happy to train. But I've learned through a couple people that I've worked with that there are some things artistically that you can't train. Like, either you have an eye for it or you don't. Like, that's really hard. Where it's like, you know, I'll give the same note over and over and over and over and over, and the person they don't see it the same way I do. And so that to me is like, okay, this isn't a great fit. Not that they wouldn't work out perfectly for someone else. They're just not a great fit for me. And I've been spoiled because I've worked with some really talented, wonderful people in the past. And so I also think I have very high expectations as a result of that. Hiring people is like a first date. Lots of trying to make yourself look better on paper than in reality. 'Tis true. Maybe I need to hire someone to sort through the resumes. Maybe. But no, I mean, honestly, I think I have a good pool of people I'm going to source referrals from, and then I'm going to go through that. Because if someone who I really respect their work in the industry tells me, like, this is a good person to work with, that's how Jen and I got connected initially. I want to say it was Naomi. Naomi Kyle was like, oh, you know who you should check out? Jen. And like, I was like, match made in heaven. Perfect. Thank you. Don't hire to sort through the resumes. They likely won't view and see things the same way as you. That's probably very true, Gelrick. You remember applying for Toys R Us? You were told you should always ask questions to see if it makes sense for you. You went to the interview and asked basic questions to the interviewer, and they said they didn't want to stay with the company, and you felt appreciated. Did I read that right? It's not an issue at your job that people with connections get hired. Well, that's the one thing that I'm hesitant about reaching out for referrals, right? Because I don't just want to give chances to people that already have connections. But I would like, it goes a long way if someone says, like, I worked with them for years and I think they're really good at this, this, and this. And it's someone whose opinion I trust. Oh, that's cool, Rob TV. That's a great way to do it. You're a fan of trial periods when someone gets hired? I know. I think I'm going to do that too. Realistically, that's how everyone hires. Referrals always count more than direct applicants, right? Yes. Aristeus the third. Is that how I say your name? Hiring is easy. Maintaining a professional work environment is much harder. From the Coldplay HR incident to our White House. I mean, I will say hiring for me, we rarely work together in person, so that's less of an issue. It's much more remote work and online communication. So that's not as much a thing. It is getting warm in this room and I'm in sweatpants, so hold on so I can turn on my AC. Turning on the AC. You think business and pleasure mix too much these days? I don't know. Some of the best jobs I've ever worked at, I was friends with all my coworkers. But you're right, like professional lines still need to be there. You're so unprofessional at your work. And I worked in a lot of restaurants, and restaurants are like the least professional work environment. Too much serious business talk for a chill weekend coffee chat, says CP. I get it. Let's not think about work. But all of that to say, I'm taking active steps so that I'm not as stressed out and so that I can be more present for Logan. Because Logan is now saying things like, how come dad always volunteers at school and you don't? Like he is actively realizing that Nate is able to be more present in his life than I am. And I don't love that. I would like to be just as present. Now I know because I'm running my business and Nate is running our household, that's just naturally how that's going to go. But I still would like to put in as much effort as I can. So, like this Wednesday morning, I'm volunteering in Logan's classroom. And it'll be my first time in a few years. I haven't done it since he was in kinder. But I was like, this is a priority for me. I'm going to make that a priority. And if that means those emails don't get answered for another couple hours, then that's what that means. But I need to start prioritizing that stuff more, I think. Like, if those emails need to wait a couple hours, they do. Just let Logan run the business and the household. Totally even. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh, it would be Pokemon and Beyblades 24/7. Rob, thank you for gifting some subs. Thank you so much. Yeah, family is super important, and it's the most important to me, really. Rob, thank you so much for gifting subs. Welcome to the new subscribers that are here as a result of Rob's generosity. Beyblades is a thing still, Joker Joe. Your wife joined the PTA. Bless. I can't with the PTA moms in my school. And takes care of the house. Your new job has you going in, so you can't make it to the boys' school activities. She takes pictures and videos for me, though, and I always hang out when I get home. Yeah, you do the best you can, right? Logan's already excited about me volunteering. And I said to him, I was like, hey, guess who's volunteering in your class next week? And he goes, Dad. And I was like, no, Mommy. And he was like, what? He was like, you'll get to see my timeline or something like that. So it's something they're working on in school. But I was like, yeah, I'll be there.
You have returned.
Yes, Beyblades are still a thing. He loves his Beyblades. Tank Shade X. I don't want my Logan to have to put himself online. That's like Nate and I were both actors, and we said when we have a kid, we really hope he doesn't want to be an actor. I mean, clearly, if these are the choices he wants to make, we will do everything we can to help him. But like, as people that have seen the positive and the negative sides to those, we'd like him to do something else. But he's going to do what he's going to do, right? The private sector has a very serious problem with interpersonal relationships in the workplace. This is where AI's kind is beneficial. Zero emotions attached. Maybe. I mean, just be professional. I guess that's an oversimplification, but yeah, better to help him grow into what he wants to be. Logan does act and stuff. He actually, is it this Friday morning? He has his third grade musical that I'm going to go see. So actually, this is a great example of it. Nintendo Weekly this Friday morning isn't starting at 9:30 a.m. because I'm going to go see Logan's musical. Now, I could say, Nate, please film it for me. I have Nintendo Weekly at 9:30 in the morning. But I'm making the decision not to do that. I'm going to go see his musical, and then Nintendo Weekly will be when I get back. So this Friday's Nintendo Weekly will probably start at 10:30. I have to see exactly what time Logan's musical is. What's Logan's ambition for adulthood at the moment? He doesn't know. It changes all the time. Sometimes he says he wants to run his own karate dojo. Sometimes he says he wants to be an author. He's got lots of aspirations. Sometimes he says he wants to be a professional drummer. He's got lots of things he wants to do. A Pokemon trainer professionally. Yeah, he loves karate and parkour. He told Nate he wanted to play soccer in the Olympics earlier this week. And the funny thing about that is he's never been on a soccer team. He just plays soccer in the backyard. And I was like, okay, well, bud, if you want to play soccer in the Olympics, we should probably get you in soccer. Like, you're already... Okay, man. And we were like, well... But if pro drummer and author with his own dojo. Logan has varied interests. But right now, we're just supporting him doing all the things. We're like, when he gets older, he can choose to specialize. But right now, do all the things. Find what you like, right? But yeah, we were like, okay, well, if you want to get into soccer, we need to talk about scaling something else back so that you have time in the week to do soccer, because soccer is practices and games. And he was like, oh, well, I don't want to give anything else up. And we were like, okay, well, sorry, man, there's only so many hours in the week. So if you decide you do want to play on a soccer team, let us know, and we'll try to make that happen. But yeah, Logan did take an 8-week theater course this year as well. Dante, every time I say soccer, you die a little inside. Well, no one calls it football here. I know it's football where you are. He does love Captain Tsubasa. I think the I want to be a professional soccer player comes from Captain Tsubasa. But also, at least in the area we live in, parents get so competitive about sports. Like, the kids that play on, like, the real competitive soccer teams at Logan's age have been playing since they were 3. And for him to come in at 8 and be like, I'm just learning, there would be no room for that. Like, we would need to put him in a team that's specifically an early skills team first, and he'd have to, like, graduate up through the ranks, which to me sounds wild for an 8-year-old. But people are very intense about it. Same thing with baseball. They're very intense about baseball here. And figure skating. All the potential Olympic sports. Although I told Logan if he wants to do fencing, I would study it with him, because I think that sounds cool. Parents are such tryhards, Joker Joe. I can't with that. And I see them all, and I'm like, you were the jock at school. You were the competitive jock at school, weren't you? Like, as the nerdy chick, now, grown up. I can't with that energy. Yes, Daily Quest Giver. You're facing that too. What state do you live in, Daily Quest Giver, if you don't mind sharing? Your neighbor just barely didn't make the Olympic swimming team? Whoa, good for them. You live in Jersey. Okay, so it's an everywhere thing, I guess. But yeah, I want him to do stuff that are extracurricular because they're fun. I don't want him to feel pressure for his extracurriculars. Like, I feel very strongly about that. And because he already puts enough pressure on himself. He puts so much pressure on himself for his karate tournaments. I'm like, bud, just do your best. That's it. Just do your best. No one expects you to win. Just do your best and have fun. That's it. You're waiting to start back up on your football field work again, Tank? When the snow's gone. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about being in California is like year-round sports. We don't have to worry about inclement weather. New user says he's likely missed the boat on most professional sports. You need to start at least 2 years ago, if not sooner. That's what all the parents say, but I'm like, I just can't put that kind of pressure on my kid. I can't. Your twins just got purple belt. Congratulations. Super rad. Congrats to them. That's awesome. Logan is first degree blue at his dojo so far. You always did clubs. They would alternate days. Anime club Monday, Tuesday improv club. That's cool. He doesn't have the money to be Batman, FS Duke. I wish I could say we would give him the resources to be Batman, but that's not the life we have. Yeah, Dante, I know Nate had feelings about it, but I was just like, oh, LA Rams didn't make it. That's as much as I know. Storytime with Gabe says there's pro players in the NBA, NFL, and MLB that didn't start playing till high school, so it's possible. That's what I'm like, look, if he finds something he loves and loves it so much that he wants to work really hard at it, I will support that with everything I can. But right now, he likes doing lots of different things. And he doesn't have one specific thing that he's like. I would say for a long time, karate was his main thing. And now it's kind of shifting to drums. He really likes drums a lot. You played softball for a season as a kid, but you ended up quitting out of spite. Oh, no. Yes, and coaches being parents and, like, favoritism towards their children. That's a thing everywhere. It makes me really frustrated. It made me frustrated as a kid. It makes me frustrated as a parent. Tom Brady started with baseball and moved to football. Hey, do what you got to do. Yes, Whirlin. I would also like that event not to happen. Yeah, you can't expect a kid to know what they want when the rest of their lives. Like, Nate and I are very, like, you have a cheese and charcuterie board of activities until you find one that you're like, that's clearly my favorite. Other than that, just have a good time. You told them they ruined it for you. You were not a spite-filled child. You were a vocal child, and I respect that, Starcat. But yeah, he does want to do football, as you say, Dante. Not American football. European football. He does want to do that. We would just need to find time in his schedule. And right now, he's karate 2 days a week, drums 2 days a week, and parkour 1 day a week. So that's 5 days a week he's in activities right now, in addition to school, which is a lot. And so if we're going to do, if we're going to add on another thing, that's a lot. I hear a knock at the door. What's up?
Is Dad in here?
Dad is not in here. Okay. Is there, you need to find him?
Yes.
All right, come back if you can't find him. Yes, I did say parkour. He takes parkour 1 day a week. Loves it. I don't want Logan away too much. He's my fave. Yes, a 5-week Lego stop motion course. I love that. Logan, my son Logan did something like that for a summer camp this year. His local coding camp did a stop motion course for a summer camp for a week, and he took that. Comp sci, dude, it's so hard. Parenting is not easy. He does want to be a ninja. That's true. For a long time, he went, like, on those back-to-school boards, when he said what he want to be when he grew up, he wrote ninja for a very long time. But he loves parkour and karate and doesn't want to give those up. And now he's very into drums as well. Werlin, he knows I talk about him all the time. He knows he's my favorite. His dojo actually does teach jujitsu. He just doesn't go to those classes, but he could if he wanted to. Logan loves American Ninja Warrior. He would love to be on that. What if he said he wanted to get into my line of work? So story time with Gabe. The short answer to this is most children I have met say they want to get into my line of work, but it's because they have no idea what it entails. So what I normally say, and I don't want to be like Trisha the Dream Crusher, but kind of. What I normally do is talk about the very realistic aspects of what I do, because those are the parts that make it financially viable. And if you don't do the realistic, unfun parts, it is not financially viable, and then it's a hobby and not a career. And so depending how old the kids are, I'll either get much more real about that or kind of glossy overview, but like, it's still a job. And I really want to make sure they understand that it's a job. And if you're willing to do or excited to do the job parts of the job, then I'm happy to help anybody do that. But most of them just want to game for a living. CP, they just want to play video games with their friends and make money doing it. And that's not the reality of it. And so I try to educate them on what the reality of it is and then say, like, is this still something you want to do? And so far, I have not had one kid that's like, yeah, I still want to do that. Not one. So far, every single one of them, and not even just kids, people under 20. So far, every single one of them has been like, nah, I'm good. Okay. Reality is often gross. Suggest a career where you can retire early. I wish I knew that secret sauce. Nothing wrong with doing it for fun. Totally do it for fun. Under 20, I think we all just want to game for a living. I know. Well, that's what I'm like, guys. If I could just play video games and do nothing else, that would be awesome. But that's not the reality of the situation. For anybody, until you've made it to a certain point, like once you've done all the grunt work and like you've made it to the top 1%, then even still, you're doing much more than just gaming for a living. It's a fun job if you can find an audience and make it work. It's just so hard to find one. It is hard to find the audience, but that's not the part that turns most people off when I talk to them about the job. When I talk about the hours of emails and bookkeeping and negotiations I do every single day, and the meetings that I do all the time with like major companies, and not just for brand deals, like meetings that I'll have behind the scenes with my YouTube partner manager or my Instagram partner manager or Twitch, like talking to Twitch directly and keeping up with the algorithm changes and pivoting to accommodate all those things. And like, that is all the parts of it that are necessary, and also just the entrepreneurial brain of how am I monetizing this, right? Because like YouTube ads do not pay a lot. If you're just like, I'm going to put stuff on YouTube and if people find it, I'm going to make money, you better still live with your parents. Because until you've made it to a certain very successful point, ads alone are not enough to do it. They're not. And especially kids that think they want to be an ensemble channel. Like, I remember Nephew Max was always like, Achievement Hunter. I want to be like Achievement Hunter and just play games with my friends. I'm like, okay, how many people do you think are employed? Like, let's just look at the talent there, okay? You need to make enough money then to fund at least 5 people's livelihoods. So your channel needs to be in so much success, and you need to have so many different income sources that you're actively keeping all the plates spinning for, that you can support 5 people's livelihoods. It is very hard to do that for one person's livelihood, let alone 5. So think about it like, you really have to think about it like a business. And the second that I start saying these things, they're like, oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. Nope. That sounds hard. When I start talking about like, here's all the different types of income streams you could focus on, and here's what it takes to do each of those types. And you need to do all of them simultaneously if you're counting on those income streams to make your bottom line work. And bottom line could be upgrading equipment. It could be new software that you need to pay monthly for. It could be all these different things. And like that, they didn't think about any of that. None of that is thought about. They just wanted to play games and have fun with their friends and make gobs of money doing it. And I'm like, but that's not the job part. That's the fun part. That's the you go to your job, clock out at the end of the day, and then just play games with your friends. That is the hobby part. And see, and that's if that stuff does sound interesting to you, then I'm like, come, let me bring you into the fold, because I think a lot of it's really interesting and fun. But I also know it's not for everyone, St. Mitch, to your point. I know it's not for everybody. But yes, I mean, the job, and this is the same for, I had an acting teacher say this years ago too, that your job as an actor is to play. And if you are thinking as the actor, if you're thinking that your acting is work, the people viewing it are going to see it as work, and it won't be fun. It needs to be fun and play, and that's how it will be consumed. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. So you have to do the work, but you can't let the work show, is what this teacher was saying. And it's, I think, similar for, any performative line of work. You want it to look easy, because that means you're doing it really well. Like when people say, like, Ryan Seacrest is a talentless hack, and I'm like, no, he makes that look easy because he's so good at it. I have so much respect for Ryan Seacrest. I got to see him host live once, and I was like, this is a masterclass, watching him hit his mark, find his lighting, say everything like it's super conversational and easy, have these live real moments while he's also hitting all of the beats he needs to keep the show running exactly to the second on time. Like, I'm like, no, that man makes it look easy because he's so good at it. Respect. I have nothing but respect. And he also hustles his buns off. He starts at like 4 a.m. every morning and keeps multiple jobs going. Yeah, if you like analytics and stuff and statistics, you'd be great for that portion of it, for sure. Have I watched Wonder Man? No, I haven't. Do you recommend it? Seacrest is the best. But people underestimate him because he's so good. Yeah, it's like he has 78 clones. For sure. St. Clair says people have a lot of assumptions about how easy things are for so many jobs. You know, this all goes back to what we were talking about with Socrates. The wise man knows that he knows nothing. Don't assume you know everything about somebody else's life. That is egotistical, narcissistic. Like, don't assume you are omnipotent, because guess what? Nobody's omnipotent. Okay? You are not. You don't know everything. You're not all-powerful. You're not all-knowing. You're not all-seeing. Wonder Man's really great. Okay, cool. But yeah, like I always say, I feel like the last time we really talked about this was someone came in a chat and was like, oh, talking about how you need a vacation from streaming, like it's a real job. And I was just like, oh, I'm so sorry your ignorance is showing. Like, I would never walk into my dentist's office or my mechanic's office or the lovely people that, I've hired to come in and, I don't know, paint my house and assume to tell them about their job. I don't do that every day. How the heck would I know? But some people really do have the audacity to think they know everything else about somebody else's livelihood and job. And I'm like, what breeds that kind of overconfidence in people? Moominator, first message in here. Dude, what? Moominator, right back at ya. It can eventually become easy once you're skilled a bit. Ricky says, bruh. Well, and Dark Lamba, I think unless you work in the industry, you don't really see that. You don't really see how many hats there are. And, like, I try not to... thank you for the respect command. There are lots of courses out there how to be a content creator, but I find a lot of them predatory because everyone's journey is different. But, like, even people who know and love and respect me that are not in my line of work, even just last night, someone asked me what my exit strategy is. I can't tell you how many times people ask me what my exit strategy is. And I have to, like, politely explain that my business is still in success. And every year my business grows and expands. So my exit strategy is don't exit. My exit strategy is keep building what I've been building for over a decade. Not an exit. But thank you. But, I guess they And it's because they don't understand the breadth of what it is, right? The business is the exit strategy. No, retirement is a great end goal for lots of people, for sure. But I always like, who was I talking to recently that was like, okay, yeah, but when you're like 70, what do you want to be doing? And I was like, Skyrim Grandma? Skyrim Grandma is a great way to go. I am here for that. I mean, being weird on Maine, I still want to be weird on Maine. That's what I want to do. Yes, and Dante says half the advice tweets you've seen are followed by, here's a link to my 8-hour course on how to be a millionaire. And I get emails from companies all the time that are like, we want to help you set up your own online course. It feels really predatory to me. Because I'm like, honestly, if people hit me up and want, please make a shirt that says be nerdy on me. Okay, I will. Thank you. I'm writing it down right now so I don't forget. If people come to me and say like, hey, would you be willing to give me some advice? This is what I'm trying to do. I don't want to charge them for that. Like if I have time, I will answer that person. And in fact, I used to say this on The Naked Truth all the time, and some of the community members took me up on it. But I was like, look, if you're moving to LA to like make your artistic dreams come true, look me up when you get out here. I'll meet you up for coffee. Like I will meet up with you for coffee and help you in any way that I can, because I wish someone did that for me. And I've done that with several community members. I don't need to sell a weird career training course, not to say that all of them are, right? Like I would like to think if I ever put out one, it would be helpful to people, but so many of them just want to take your money and give you common sense advice and that's the same for a lot of acting courses too. Like you always have to be really careful with acting courses, with VO courses. There are so many people out there that just want to give common sense advice and take all your money and convince you need it. It's really hard. But yeah, anyone that wants to, why aren't you planning to retire at 40? Because you don't want to, Raptor Blade, right? You're not moving to LA, but we'll be there in May. Heck yeah. But yeah, like a big part of growing my business this year is so that I can have more work-life balance. So it's not an exit strategy, but it's a not work myself to death strategy. That's the move. Hi, that dude Daniel. How are you today? You're going to be in Fresno in May? Yeah, any people do this on Discord frequently, but they'll hit me up and be like, I'm going to be in LA. Let me know if you're around. And it's always fun for me when people are like, okay, a year from now I'm going to be in LA. I'm like, boo, I don't know what I'm doing next week, let alone next year. But that's great. When we get closer, hit me up. When we get closer, like within 2 to 4 weeks of your trip, let me know and I'll see if I can make something work. That dude Daniel says, when you say business, is that the hosting stuff or is there more to it? So there's more to it. So my business is founded as a production company. And that's why I started the business, because some of the contracts that I was getting were not just hosting contracts. They were actually development contracts. And they weren't just development as like I'm putting together a show deck and a show pitch and handing it over to people. I would pitch these shows and then the company would say, great, make a pilot. Okay. So then I'm needing to hire everyone, producers, stage managers, DPs, post-production. I am needing to hire an executive produce this pilot that I've pitched to a channel and deliver them the final product. And at the time, my talent manager that I was using for hosting was like, you please tell me you're not paying people out of your personal checkbook. And I was like, oh, I am. And he was like, no. For like liability reasons, you cannot do that. And so my lawyer and manager at the time helped me to set up what is now my production company. And now everything goes through that. So my production company is contracted by many different clients that I work with for a wide range of things. Sometimes it's consulting. Sometimes it's script writing. Sometimes it's talent work, like my hosting stuff. Sometimes it's full scale production. Sometimes like it's so many different things that they can contract with my production company to take care of for them. But yeah, that's when I say my business, it's keeping my business running that does all these different things. And now is a team that's more than just me. It's an S corp, Sprinkles. My company's an S corp. I know a lot of creators that do it through an LLC, but because of the way that I was producing content and having to bring on so many contractors and then, later on employees, an S corp was advised by my legal team rather than an LLC. Because also they were like, if someone gets hurt on your set, you need liability insurance, you need HR, you need workers' comp, you need all of this. So that's also part of running my business, is making sure all of that is up to date. You had no idea I was so diversified? I think you have to be. And that's that's the conversation that like takes the kiddos that just want to play games for a living right out. They don't want to deal with any of that. And when I say like my financial team, my legal team, my administrative team, they don't want any of that. And I'm like, every creator I know that does this as a successful business has all of that. Because you have to. It's not just goofing around and playing video games with your friends. It's not that. Business stuff, ew, gross. I mean, that's the energy you get a lot of the times. And it's not for everyone. Like entrepreneurship where you have to wear all the hats, that is definitely not for everybody. I enjoy the challenge of it, but I completely understand people that don't. But I learned very long ago to keep things diversified because I saw friends that were like just Vine creators have the rug just pulled out from under them when Vine went away. And like I saw the people that more recently just grew on TikTok, and when they were like, TikTok's going to be banned, these people freaking out. And you really like, do not put all your eggs in one basket, y'all. Don't do it. You'd be happy having your own business again? Yeah, one of my friends runs a side hustle where she buys vintage clothing and then resells it on Etsy and like does all the research behind it so that the Etsy listing gives you like, this isn't just a cool piece of clothing I found. This is the history behind it and why it was popular. And it's her hobby. It's what she loves doing. And like, it brings in good side hustle income. And so I'm always trying to encourage her of like, how can we scale this? How can we scale this so this can be your big thing and you can work for you and enjoy it? And like, clearly there will be job parts of it that she doesn't love because there always are. But like, if you enjoy the main thing, like for me, I enjoy being weird on Maine. I enjoy being nerdy on Maine. And that's the part of it I love. And I have to do all the other stuff to monetize the being nerdy on Maine. But that's it. Dr. Daniel says it's the same sort of thing with streaming. What people see on streams is only half of the work that goes into building, growing their stream, and you're not talking about dealing with the tech issues. Oh, yeah. Like I said, the people I know that do it professionally have like a dozen plates spinning at any given time. Now TikTok's going away in a different way, same way Twitter went away in a different way. I mean, when Elon nuked Twitter, Twitter was my highest followed platform. And he just really said, we're taking away everybody's verification. We're going to completely change the algorithm to only prioritize Elon approved things. Like, and then everyone left in droves, rightfully so. And it was like, cool. So glad I spent 11 years building something there. But thank goodness that was not my only platform, because you can pivot and do something else. Dark Lamba says, I think it's a really interesting conversation. I've done Twitch for about 10 years and never really made the growth others I've seen, but the conversation of ideas and behind the scenes stuff is great. Yeah, well, and think about it too. Like, there are some creators that make a lot of their living selling merchandise. And I don't just mean like t-shirts and hoodies. I mean like maybe they came up with a product that is like they came up with their own fitness line, or I don't know, they came up with a cool product that no one else offers. And maybe a big chunk of, like I always talk about the income my company makes in buckets. Maybe one of their bigger buckets that people don't see because you're just seeing their streaming bucket, right? Maybe one of their bigger buckets is merch or consulting that they do offline. You don't know. Other competitive platforms emerge from Twitter's changes. That's true. If I could do the same thing as I'm doing now in LA, what city would you like to live in? I love Los Angeles. I love it. I really do. I love, for me, it's such a big part of my creative journey, moving from small town Pennsylvania to Philadelphia to Los Angeles, that I never really felt like I had the opportunity to grow as a creative until I got here. And like, there's lots to not love about any city, including Los Angeles. But to me, it was the first place that I felt like I had the permission to grow. Philadelphia, I felt like the creative community in Philadelphia was very like a closed off circle. Either you were in the inside cool kids club or you weren't. And I probably also have a little bit of my own issues from that because I was not ever a cool kid in school. And so I always feel like a bit of an outsider. But Los Angeles was the first place I got to that I felt like people welcomed me and were like, what do you want to do? How can we help? We're all trying to do stuff. Let's all try to do stuff together. Like it was, and one of my acting teachers in college in Philadelphia said that to me. She was like, I think you're really going to like Los Angeles. I think your energy will be much more accepted there. And I didn't understand what she meant at the time because I hadn't been there. She had worked in LA a little bit. And, you know, I know a lot of people that really don't like Los Angeles. But for me, it was a really supportive place for me to be able to pursue my dreams. And that was cool. So I don't really want to go elsewhere because it's such a special place for me. Like, I travel a lot for work and I love seeing new places, don't get me wrong. And I've gotten to see a lot of the United States traveling to new places. And there's something to love, I feel like, about all the places. But every time I fly back into LA, I'm like, oh, yes, I'm home. I just really like it. And I don't live in LA proper anymore. I'm outside the city, but still in LA County. And I just, it just really holds a special place in my heart. Someone wrote a post after the LA wildfires that was like, this is the city that broke you. I forget how they said it. They were like, this is the city that, you know, you hit your lowest low in, but also the city that helped you rebuild your back up that you got sober in, or, you know, whatever. Like, yes, there's high stakes, but there's also real opportunity. And I don't know. I just love it. I love it so much. Is there a Philly content community? I don't know, because I left Philadelphia before being a content creator was ever a job. So I really don't know. I've been gone too much. Do you think that LA will be nice to your face, mean behind your back? East Coast will be mean to your face, but nice behind your back stereotype is true? I do think it's true. But I would rather people be nice to my face and mean behind my back than mean to my face. Call me thin-skinned, but I'm like, at least be polite to my face. I don't want to deal with your mean looks for no reason. You keep that, like, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. You keep that business to yourself. That's how I feel about it, but I understand that not everyone feels that way, and that's completely okay. Different strokes for different folks, and that's totally okay. You've been in SoCal for so long. As much as Washington is fun, we as a family would love to come back to the SoCal area. I love it. St. Clair says the mean East Coast thing is a bit exaggerated, though. It may be what stands out, but it's not the standard. So St. Clair, my experience fit that. But I also think that's because maybe I don't exude your typical East Coast energy. Like, I had a lot of moments, and still do sometimes when I go back to Philly to visit family, where, one of the experiences that I can link to is I went to my favorite cheesesteak place to buy a cheesesteak. And the guy making my cheesesteak was making my cheesesteak, and he handed it to me, and I just said, thank you. And I said it like that. I was like, thank you. Like, my inner monologue was, I haven't had a cheesesteak in like 10 years, and this looks wonderful, and thank you for like putting in the work to make this for me. Like, that's what I meant. And he looked at the person I was with, and he was like, is she making fun of me? And I'm like, oh my God, I just said thank you. Why does everyone in this city want to fight me? Holy crap. But those are a lot of the experiences that I had in East Coast cities. And like, I remember like trying to take the subway out to visit a friend in Philly another time. And I guess some chick in the subway didn't like my outfit and like straight up shoulder checked me. And I was like, I'm sorry, you trying to throw down with a stranger in the subway? What is wrong with you? I'm not here for that energy. I don't care if it's real. I don't care if you're being real and honest. You're being rude is what you're being. And so I much more appreciate the LA version of like, if I say thank you to someone, they'll say you're welcome. And if they want to talk crap about me behind my back after I've left, fine. But don't pick a fight with me in a cheesesteak place or a Subway because you've decided you don't like my face or the way I said thank you or whatever. That is the East Coast energy I can't with. But I do think that people who exude more of a typical East Coast energy would not run into those problems. Albrecht says, I prefer to be nice to everybody. It's really not that hard. That's how I feel, too. There was a lady selling soft pretzels in the Philly airport one year that totally called me the B word under her breath because I asked her I asked her to repeat herself in terms of the change because I didn't hear what she said. I was like, oh, here's the money. And she was like, no, I said this. And I was like, oh, did I not give you that? I'm sorry. And she's like, making my change. And then called me the B word under her breath. And I was like, why is everybody here so mean? Stop being so mean. Just be nice. Is it that hard? But yeah, those are some of the issues I have. And I'm like, maybe it's because I'm short and peppy and happy. And, like, that's not welcome here? I don't know. It was a lady that called me the B word. It wasn't a dude. But I'm like, I just can't with this. I can't wait till I get back to Los Angeles and everyone is at least nice to my face. Again, talk about me behind my back, but at least be nice to my face because my poor heart can't with that attitude all the time. But yes, there are, and I completely understand the other side of it. Like, who said it? Joker Joe said, I feel that, but I'd still prefer people to be straight with me if they don't like me. And I completely understand that side of the argument as well. I have just found that, again, maybe I'm too thin-skinned. I would much rather people be polite to my face. Yes, that is an American stereotype. I was talking to a woman who moved here from France a few years ago at this party last night, and we were laughing about all the different like things that people in other countries think about Americans. And yes, always saying hello and smiling too much are like apparently dead giveaways that you're American. And I'm sure her airport job is miserable. I get it. Yes, Joker Joe says you're a very friendly, personable person, and a lot of Philly sees that as odd or fake. I know you're being genuine, but that's their mentality. That is definitely their mentality. Definitely. Like, that's why I had so many issues in the 1 year I lived in Philadelphia. And it was just really hard for me because I'm like, look, I'm not going to change who I am to be more bitter because you think me just trying to be kind to people is odd or fake. And so when I moved to LA, it fit in a lot better. Like that, and my energy would, like that acting teacher said to me, she was like, I think your energy will fit a lot better in Los Angeles. Which, again, I didn't understand it at the time because I'd never been to Los Angeles, but when I moved here, I immediately, I came out to visit LA for 2 weeks before I moved here. I came here to visit for 2 weeks to see if I would even like it. And just in the 2 weeks I was here visiting, I had a new friend circle. I was invited to a church community, and they asked if I, wanted to participate in a volunteer thing they were doing. And at the time, I was much more religiously active than I am now. And I just felt like within 2 weeks of being in LA, I had already found a yoga in the park. People invited me, brand new friends I just met invited me to go hiking with them regularly. Other people were like, you should take this acting class with me. It'd be so fun. It was that energy of we're all on this journey trying to make our artistic careers come true together. And it was just, I was like, this is it. Yes, this is it. It was great. You find it amusing when you say hi to someone and they ignore you or make a weird face. I don't. I just feel sad for that person because they must be very sad. Iridol says, join our LA cults. I mean, everyone wants you to join Scientology. Beware. They're very friendly. So what I did, TJ said, I wish I could afford / had the skills to move to SoCal. Here's how I did it. Not that this is going to work for everybody, but here's how I did it. The job I worked for my first year out of college in Philadelphia, I was running the front desk at like a medical spa. Be kind when things are bad. I try, Joker Joe. The job that I had was just like my day job. It had nothing to do with acting or performing or anything else, but it was my day job. I ran the front desk at a medical spa in Philadelphia. And I was paid as a 1099 employee. I was paid as an independent contractor, meaning they don't take out taxes. So I had to take out my own taxes. So what I did is I took 1/3 of every paycheck that I got and put it into an add-on CD. So it's just a savings account that I had set aside. And I took 1/3 of every paycheck and put it into there for a full year. And then when it came tax time, because when taxes aren't taken out, you have to pay them all at the end of the year. When it came tax time, I took the money I needed for taxes out of that account. And then everything that was left over, I treated as a tax return to myself. And I think I had like $2,300 left over. Granted, this was 20 plus years ago, so $2,300 meant a lot more back then than it does now. But that's what I had left over after that year. Plus, I think I was also putting $50 a week into that account. But I had about $2,300. Sounds very taxing, but I love it. Mr. New York to Cali says, LA has its weird people also, but I came out here and immediately got elected for a neighborhood council. See, that's what I'm talking about. I came out here and people were like so welcoming right away. That was my experience. It's not everyone's experience. That was my experience, but it sounds like you got that too. But yeah, so I had $2,300 that I had saved up. And I talked to someone that I had met in my 2-week visit out here that said the way that they were doing their rent at the time is they were like, I live in a 2-bedroom. It was a guy friend. And he was like, I live in a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment with 3 other dudes. So it's 4 people to a 2-bed, 2-bath. So you share your room and your bathroom with 1 other person. And he said at the time, he was like, and our rent is $400 a month each, splitting it that way. And because I was like not too recently out of college, I was used to sharing my room with a roommate, and I was used to sharing my bathrooms with people. So I was like, that sounds great. So I did all the math ahead of time, and I was like, okay, I know, or I'm reasonably certain I can do a similar type of living situation where my rent will be $400 a month. And my car, I had like a beater Honda that was a hand-me-down from my parents. It was 16 years old. And my dad's a mechanic. So I was like, Dad, can you just make sure it's in good working order before I drive it across the country? And so my dad checked it out. He was still very worried, but he checked it out. And so the car was already taken care of with no monthly payments needed other than my car insurance. I had my cell phone bill. But like I did all the math. I was like, here's my car insurance. Here's my cell phone bill. If I can get my rent and utilities, because again, utilities are split 4 ways when you do it that way. If I can get my rent and utilities under $500 a month, like this is how much I need a month to survive. And here's how much food and hotel money I think I'm going to need to drive, and gas money to drive across the country. And so I just did it all. And I had that $2,300 set aside at the time. And I made the math work that I was like, look, I'll be good for 3 months. And hopefully I can get it together in 3 months. And I knew I could always move home if it didn't work out. But yeah, that's how I did it, at least. So I saved up my chunk of change. I really did my research and the math into what I'd need. And when I first got out here, I took a job I didn't want. I took an awful job because I was like, better to have a job than no job at all. Like just to have a job while I look for another job. The first job that I worked when I got out here was selling extended auto warranties over the phone. Can I tell you what is a soul-sucking, not fun job? That. But they would hire anybody, and you got paid minimum wage plus commission if anybody bought it from you. And I was like, you know what? Until I find something better, at least this is a minimum wage steady job. And I took it, and it was like 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. every day, minimum wage job, Monday through Friday. I legit called people. Yes, well, the one thing that made me feel a little bit better is they were supposedly people that had signed up to get a call about information about their extended auto warranty. But I definitely got tons of people that were like, F you, stop calling me, click, all the time. Got that all the time. And I was like, cool, it's my job and I'm underpaid, but sure, yep. Nope, take it out on me. Totally valid. Yes, cool, got it. But I will say I ended up getting my waitressing job with Disney because while I had that horrible job, I was still applying for other jobs. I might have called you about your car's extended warranty. But I was doing that from 8 to 1 every day, Monday through Friday, to make the minimum wage and have proof of income, right? For anything I might need while I was out there. And like bare necessities to go on top of my savings. Plus, then from 1 o'clock on, I was applying at other jobs that I knew I'd like better. And I only had to sell extended auto warranties for 3 weeks. Because by the end of 3 weeks, I was hired by Disney for a table waiting position. And I clearly liked that job more. I stayed there for 6 years. That was my day job for 6 years. But yeah, I only had to sell extended auto warranties for 3 weeks. But like, I talk to so many people now that wouldn't take the crummy job because they're like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's beneath me or whatever. But I was much more of the mindset of like, I'm excited to be here. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make this work. Or people that I talk to that are like, I could never have roommates. And I'm like, okay, well then I hope you have a lot of money. Because I didn't have a lot of money. So, sacrifices needed to be made. I think it was nationwide. But yeah, they said that people signed up to get this information. But sometimes I'd call people and be like, hey, is so-and-so here? And they'd be like, why do you want to talk to them? And I'd say, well, they signed up for more information on a warranty for their this, that, and the other car. Because they had to put in the make and model of their car when they signed up to get a phone call. And people would be like, well, that person's 12, so they don't have a car. And I was like, good to know. I'll make sure you're taken off the list. Sorry for the inconvenience. But here's what I think was sketchy. I think the way that they got people to sign up for these calls was like, enter to win a free iPad. Just sign up to get this call about an extended auto warranty and you'll be entered to win a free iPad. I think they did that because I got enough people that said that on the phone. Yeah, some signups are when people enter their info for raffles and events. Like I said, I only had to do it for 3 weeks. And I don't even think I made any sales in those 3 weeks. I don't even think anyone bought it off me. I must not have been very convincing. But I was just like, hey, you signed up for this information. Would you like said information? And if they said no, I was like, okay. All right, bye. And if they were like, yes, I actually did want the information, then I had a script in a binder that I had to read off of to give them the information. And then, if after I read them the script in the binder of all the information, they were still interested, then I had to transfer them to someone else. So I don't know if they ever bought any of it. But if I transferred someone to the someone else and then they went forward with it, then I got credit for that sale or commission or something like that. But it prepped you for Amazon Live referral link sales? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. But yeah, I firmly was of the mindset of like, before I moved to Los Angeles, I was like, I know the stereotype about actors that move to LA and want to make it famous and you are like homeless and live in a cardboard box while you're auditioning, but you love what you do and you get your waitressing or bartending job because that's the stereotype. And I was like, I am ready for that. So I moved out here with that mindset of like, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a struggle and I'm going to do what it takes because I wanted it that bad. And then I would meet people that were like moved out with funding, like nice funding from their parents. And they were like, well, I mean, if I don't make it in 3 months, I'm just going to go back home. And I remember like one person like laughing in his face and being like, then just go back home now. If I don't make it in 3 months, get out of here. Your roommates are 2 of your close friends. That's awesome. But yeah, my roommates when I first moved out here were just folks I found on Craigslist, which I don't recommend. That was not the safest way to do that. But yeah, I got out here and I found a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment for the right price. And then I just put a note on Craigslist that was like, seeking 3 roommates. Rent will be this much a month. Let me know if you want to meet up at a coffee shop. Must have first, last, and security deposit for your quarter of it up front. And I just met people at coffee shops until I found people that I thought, Craigslist roomies, I know. Until I found people that I thought would be decent roommates. Sometimes you just have to leap. Yeah, none of it was easy. It was all scary. I didn't know anybody out here when I came out here. I knew that one person that was my boyfriend at the time's best friend. It's the only person I knew out here when I first moved out here. And now he's one of my closest friends, this guy. It's funny because I don't talk to that ex, clearly, anymore. But yeah, my friend that I made through him is one of my closest friends out here now. Has been. But yeah, I threw all my stuff in my little Honda Civic and drove across the country at 21. I know as a parent, now I know why my mom was freaking out. But that's what I did. But my dad was super cool about it. He was like, you've always been a really smart kid. Like, if you did the math and you think you can do this, good luck. Like, Dad was super supportive. You'd low-key be afraid to do Craigslist roommates? I mean, I probably should have been more cautious about it, but I was 21. I didn't. There's also some measure of naivety when you're that age. And you know what? I still have really hilarious roommate stories from that year. I don't talk to any of those people anymore. I've lost touch with them because, like, the only way I had contact with them still was on Facebook, and then they deleted their Facebook account and stuff like that. But I wish them well. But I did have some really funny roommate stories from that year because we were all so different and none of us knew each other before moving in. How long until I felt comfortable with the roommates? Well, we stayed in our lease for 1 year. All 4 of us original roommates stayed in the lease for the 1 year. And then I think we all went separate ways after that. But that 1 year did what it needed to do. I got established with my table waiting job for Disney that I really liked. I had made closer friend circles so that when I moved out from that 1 year lease, my next roommates were people that I had known, like, for most of my time in LA. They were actually friends instead of just strangers off Craigslist. But that 1 year, that living situation was so affordable that I was able to financially get my feet under me in Los Angeles to the point where I was not only like surviving and paying my bills, but putting away some money into savings every month too. So that by the time that 1 year lease was up, I really could like upgrade to a nicer place with people I knew. It was great. He 100% expected you to learn a lesson and come back. I don't know that he did. I didn't do grad school. Craigslist roommates are just friends you haven't met yet. Was it just the one restaurant in Disneyland? No, I waited tables. So what it is now, it's been historically for a long time the El Capitan Theater on Hollywood and Highland, which is kind of like the Times Square in New York, but in Hollywood. It's a very, very busy touristy area. But the El Capitan is and always has been Disney's historic theater right there in Hollywood. And when I first moved to LA, there was a space next to that theater that I guess had been a bunch of different things. But when I first moved to LA, they were turning it into a half Disney store and half a Disney, like 1950s style ice cream parlor soda fountain. And when I was just walking around submitting applications for things, that was one of the places I submitted applications for. And I got really lucky because they were hiring their opening team. So they were hiring like 40 people at once. It wasn't the case where I was competing for one open position. They were staffing up the whole restaurant. And I had a ton of table waiting experience from Pennsylvania before I moved out there. So like my resume as a waitress was pretty gosh darn good. And so when they were staffing out their restaurant, I got hired to be one of their opening team waitresses at that restaurant. And so I wasn't driving down to Disneyland. I didn't work in Disneyland at all, but I was a Disney employee just at that location. And I loved it. It was walkable from that first apartment that I lived with my Craigslist roomies, so I could walk to and from work every day. And Disney was one of the only waiting table jobs in town that had health and dental and a 401k. So I found a day job that I was able to save money for retirement and have health insurance. And I got a couple free park passes a year and a discount because I was technically a Disney employee. So I could like go to Disneyland and get 20% off everywhere. It was great. Was it character themed? No, it was just like 1950s soda fountain themed. How often did I get hit on as a waitress? I did not, because Disney's outfits they made us wear were not cute. I think there is one picture still in existence of me in that outfit. And it's real bad. It is the epitome of these uniforms were designed for men and not ladies with lady bodies. It was the epitome of that. Not in any way, shape, or form flattering. But also it was for Disney, so like it didn't need to be. Show the Disney waitress pic. Let me see if I still have it somewhere. I don't think I do. I think I might have it on Facebook somewhere because someone posted remember this and tagged me in it. So if there is a picture of it, I think it's in like my things I've been tagged in album on Facebook. Like that's how deep down the rabbit hole I'd have to go to find pictures from that stage of my life. Yeah, I know what you mean, like nifty 50s. Yeah, kind of like that. We all had to wear the hats, kind of like any of the diner places that are like diner soda fountain themed that are out there now. It was like Johnny, do they make them wear that at Johnny Rockets? Maybe that's the place I'm thinking of. Yeah, you know what I mean. But like I had a friend named James who worked there with me and he looked so handsome in the uniform. And I was like, see, your physique is what these uniforms are designed for, not mine. And also, like, I would have like a 6 to 8 hour waitressing shift where I was mostly serving people ice cream. There was some food too, but like, inevitably by the end of my shift, I'd be covered in hot fudge and cherry juice. Like, nothing about that job was cute. I didn't have to wear Mickey ears, although I would have. I like that job. I like that job a lot. Like, when you can make some kid's day by bringing them extra rainbow sprinkles, that's nice. Like, no matter what other crud was going on in my life, at least when I went into that job to wait tables, I could make people smile and I could make kids smile. And that was, like, my bright spot each day, which was kind of funny because I knew a lot of people that were like, ugh, I hate my table waiting job, or ugh, I hate working for Disney. And I was like, I can't speak to working for any other part of Disney. I can just say I really liked my Disney waiting table jobs. And decent tips for the most part. Because it was a high touristy area, we'd get a lot of international visitors that just didn't know tipping culture and what that is. So there's a lot of times I'd also get stiffed on bills. But I always assumed that was just because people didn't know, not because they were trying to be jerks. Every now and then I'd get like really entitled jerky people, but not too often. I feel like you don't come to a Disney place to be miserable. There were some people that definitely did, but like for the most part, you have to know what you're getting into. Like there was one lady I know that was really upset that the table of children next to her were being loud. And I was like, ma'am, you're in a Disney ice cream parlor. I just want you to know that. Like, were you not aware where you came for lunch? Because you got to be realistic at some point. Yes, there's going to be a table of like, have I ever spit in someone's food? No, that's gross. And a biohazard. That's so nasty. No. No, I had my ways of like getting back at people who were awful. I would mostly like chase them outside the restaurant, telling them to have a magical day at the top of my lungs. That was it. I did a lot of that. Have a magical day is in like a very super sweet honey voice is the Disney, please go kindly F yourself. Because you're not allowed to say anything mean as a Disney employee, but like, there were definitely some people that I was like, have a magical day. That's how I got through that. What are they going to do? Tell my manager that I said, have a magical day? Okay, here. I found the picture. This is the only picture in existence. Let me see here. Open image in new tab. You've literally double tipped waiters before because some crazy person was yelling that they weren't tipping because of some complete nonsense. That's so nice. I have such a soft spot in my heart because I waited tables for so long. You've heard that about the have a magical day thing? Mm-hmm. Thanks, you too. Okay, so here, you want to see, this is the only picture I think in existence of me in this outfit. And you can only see the top part of the outfit. And look, I had a tiara on that day. We must have been doing some kind of like princess special something or other. But that's the only picture that still exists of me working there. Oh man, what a photo, right? So cute. So no one was hitting on that. No one was hitting on that. But we had to have, because it was a restaurant, it's food service, our hair always had to be like fully tied back. So there was no cute hair. And even in this one where I'm wearing a tiara, instead of the like, I don't know, sailor hat looking thing that they usually made us wear, it was always bad. And like that shirt, that is meant for a man. That is not meant for me. I look like I do auto maintenance. And I probably was so tired in that picture. Yeah, and I probably had little Mickey stud earrings on. I look like I'm going to go back and change their oil after lunch. Yes. That's what I looked like all day, every day. So no one was hitting on me. Not even a little bit. No one was hitting on me. No, the funniest thing that I used to get back then was, we're visiting Hollywood for the first time, and we heard all waiters and waitresses are actors. Are you an actor? That was always the hardest one for me. Because I had to say, well, yes, I've moved to Los Angeles to be an actor. That's what I'm pursuing. And they would say, have you been in anything I've seen? And what I wanted to say always was, would I be here serving you this ice cream if I'd been in anything that you'd seen? That's what I always wanted to say. But that did start to change towards my end of working there, because I still worked there part-time when I started at SourceFed. And some of you know this lore. And my good friend Brian Holden of Star Kid fame worked there with me. He wore that same dumb outfit and worked there with me. And he was another like creative that we're waiting tables for Disney because this is actually a decent gig while we're pursuing other things. And Team Star Kid got popular. They were like earlier internet than SourceFed for sure. And so I remember working there with Brian and him being like, Trisha, it's the wildest thing. I went to LeakyCon and I was like a celebrity. And then I come back here and I'm scooping people's ice cream and covered in hot fudge and cherry juice and I'm a nobody again. And he was like, the internet is a wild place. And I had that conversation with him way before I started at SourceFed. And then when I started at SourceFed, I was like, Brian, you were right. It's so weird. And he was like, I know. And then he and I would both be at this waiting tables job, scooping ice cream and getting people homemade soda fountain, root beer floats, and all this kind of stuff while we were talking about our internet stuff that we were doing. It was such a wild time. Wild West internet days. Yeah, it was bizarre. Camper Bob, yes. If you had them, you wouldn't be talking to them. But yeah, for the most part, I really liked working there. I liked the people I worked with, like Brian. Shout out, Brian. Yeah, I really liked all the other employees there because I feel like you have to be a certain type of personality to want to work for Disney. Because, like, you are expected to be chipper 8 hours a day. And so if you don't naturally have that kind of attitude, it would be very difficult for you to work there. And so most of the people were pretty optimistic and upbeat and excited about what they were pursuing. There was a woman who, I want to say she was like right around 50 or maybe in her 50s from England, who was auditioning and pursuing an acting career. And she hadn't started pursuing her acting career until much later in life. And she worked there and she was adorable. She was like your Disney British nanny there. You are not that personality. That's okay. High school, you could have worked here. Current, you would be fired. You would. But yeah, I really liked it. I don't know. Oh, Tang Shade X, you've heard of Star Kid because of Smosh? Yeah. Team Star Kid, my friend Brian. And if any of you follow Tessa Netting, she married a guy from Team Star Kid. It's like such a small world. Cool, Ricky. You had that type of personality and Disney threw you in the kitchen where you didn't interact with anyone. And they didn't give you any opportunity to be like, I'd love to work in a customer-facing position. Because I will say, at the restaurant I worked at, people were allowed to do any of the different positions they wanted to do. They just had to express interest in training in that position and then train in that position and like have decent job performance. But you could like request to do something else. Oh, cool, Ricky. That stinks. I'm sorry. That stinks. But yeah, they would rotate people through positions. I was very lucky because I started working there on opening staff, that I started as a server. So it's not like I had to work my way up to server. A lot of people work their way up to server. But not only did I start as a server for them, I wrote their employee handbooks because, again, opening team. I think I was the person they hired that had the most table waiting experience at that time. So I got to write the employee like instructional handbook of like job responsibilities for a server and the training handbook for the server position and the hostess position or host position that sat people. But yeah, so I was kind of like, I kind of started there as like senior table server. But I really liked it. I had a great time working there. But yeah, people did lots of stuff. But yeah, that's a picture that probably no one has ever seen because someone posted it back in 2009. So I was working that job then in 2009. Well, there's no other pictures of it because I know, like, that was pre-smartphone era. People weren't just taking a lot of pictures at work for no reason. And as a cast member, you wouldn't be allowed to, like, selfie at work anyway. It is a small world after all. But 2009, you were 10? I was not 10. No, I moved out to LA in 2005. So I've now been in Los Angeles 21 years. I love it. So I've now been in LA just as long as I was in Pennsylvania. 2009, you just finished college. But yeah, my early LA days were a fun adventure. And I was also doing a lot of theater. So I was waiting tables by day and doing a lot of theater performances at night. Like, here is a theater I used to perform at. I don't even remember what show this was that I was in. Here, this is a baby face. But this was a show in 2007 that I did in North Hollywood. That's me right there. My hair's weird in it. But that's babyface me. And I think it was a drama about 3 women that worked together. And were like phone operators or something. But yeah, I was waiting tables and doing as much theater as I could and auditioning as much as I could and living the LA dream of like, I'm going to move out there and try to be an actor and take acting courses and do all the stuff that you're supposed to do. That's what I was doing. Finn himself says, is driving in LA any easier? You just have to get used to it. It took me like a month of living out here to get used to it. Driving was really scary for the first month, and then once I got used to it, it was fine. JD Knight, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Dragon Riders. Appreciate you. You stand by for the most part. I haven't aged. You're so nice. I definitely have. Here, I'm going to zoom in on this. Like, this is...
A new subscriber.
That's a way younger Trisha
Come,
face.
Steal yourself.
I kind of look like my
We
little
are
sister.
building an army.
I look more like my little sister in that picture, I think. But that's a way younger Trisha face. For sure. The Waymos are adorable in LA. I have not seen that many of them, honestly. But yeah, to me, it was just, I don't know, it was a time in my life of like, this is your chance to make mistakes and mess up and try new things. And like my 20s in Los Angeles are a time period in my life that I will always hold very dear. And so, very long-winded answer, but to answer your question about like, if I could go to any other city and still do what I do, where would I go? I don't know. The answer is still LA for me. Because it's so special. Yeah, you really do in that picture. I look like my sister, right? It does eerily look like Shauna, right? Thank you for the hydrate reminder. But yeah, back when I was waiting tables at Disney is when I had my HTC Tilt phone. And I used to keep it in my waitressing apron. But then I'd have like a tray full of root beer floats and someone would smack into me and all the root beer floats would pour on myself. And I would literally get sticky root beer float just dumped down the front of me right into the apron where my phone was. Y'all, HTC Tilt was not a waterproof phone, but even if it was, I don't think it could have survived the deluge of root beer float. Tragic. But that was my reality back then, right? So funny. That was the reality back then. Phones were built different. I loved the HTC Tilt. What time period were the old headshots I send out from? So I'm out of the oldest headshots, which would have been 2003. Those were the old black and white ones that I used to send. But I got rid of all those. Some of you may have them from the great times before. And then I took one more set of black and white headshots in Philadelphia before I moved to LA. So that would have been 2004, 2005. And then I think I had heard at the time that Los Angeles uses color headshots, and that was a big difference between the East Coast and the West Coast in terms of pursuing an acting career. So I had my black and white headshots from Philly, but I was like, if I'm going to move to LA and try to make it in LA, I need color headshots. And so my first color headshots I probably got in 05 and 06. And some of those are the nerdy or the old embarrassing headshots that I send out now. Some of them are 20 years old. And then the next headshot session I had after that was like probably 3 years later. And so some of those are the embarrassing headshots. So those would be from like 08, 09. And then after that, I just stopped getting my headshots printed up physically because now everything's digital. It all went digital, and I was so rarely asked for a printed out headshot that... Because all the printing companies would need you to order like 300 at a time. And that's why I have all those old embarrassing headshots. Because I had to order... There was actually a company called Reproductions that does your headshot reproductions. I don't even know if they're still in business. But yeah, most people are all digital with it now. So I'm getting rid of all those. You've got 5 of the black and white ones. Yeah, old school. Philly is very theater heavy. But again, it's a very insular group. You're either in that cool kids club or you are not. They're very closed off, the Philly theater scene. I did a Philadelphia Fringe Festival show between when I graduated college and when I moved out to Los Angeles, but that was the only theater I did in Philly. Color headshots comes from TV studios wanting to see what you look like on camera. Yeah, that's probably why it was more LA than New York. But yeah, I'm looking over here like my headshots are over here now. They're not. I keep them in a different spot now. But that's where I used to keep them. But yeah, thank you for helping me get rid of my old headshot reproductions that I've literally carried from apartment to apartment to apartment to house with me since 2008. That is one of the things that Nate's like, why are we holding on to these? And that's why I started doing the old embarrassing headshot redemptions. Because they're one of the things that Nate's like, babe, get rid of these. I need to find a frame still for that headshot you have of me. That in a good spot to hang it. Oh yeah, then that's like my history. That's what that is. When are theater kids ever the cool kids? When they decide to make themselves the cool kids. You found a picture of yourself from 2009? And now you carry them from house to house not knowing where to put them. I'm honored. I'm honored. We actually have a box. Someday, I'll make it a charity stream reward to see Nate's old black and white headshots from when he did theater in New York City. Because he's got one, y'all. I didn't see it till we were already engaged. It is so funny. It is so funny. Because it does not look like him at all now. Like, I saw it and I was like, this is not the man I'm engaged to. This is a totally different person. Untrue. It's definitely Nate. It's so funny. So what we did for a while in our place that we rented before we got the house was we had asked all of our actor friends for their old embarrassing black and white headshots, and we framed them all. And it used to be, man, we had such a good sense of humor back then. Not to toot our own horns, but it was funny. We made all the pictures going up the steps in our apartment old embarrassing black and white headshots of all of our friends. Because all of our friends in LA like pursued acting at some time. That's how we became friends with them. It was very funny. Those headshots are very funny, but we still have all those. They're in a box somewhere and they're very funny. But yeah, you got it. And we made them all sign them. Like, you know how when you go to like a diner, sometimes they have the celebrity shots that are signed, hung up on the wall. We made our friends all sign them and had them hanging in our apartment. It was very funny. We had a good laugh about it. Everyone had a good laugh about it. We have not done it in our house. We don't have a place in our house for it, but it was very funny in our apartment to do that. But it was all, you know, it was all in good fun. But that's the same way I'm like, now I have no problem giving out my old embarrassing headshots because it's like this was a piece of my history that now I look back at and think is very funny. I do still have them, Starcat. But yeah, it's a cool memory to cherish. Like I always liked, I forget when it happened on social media, but on Instagram there was like a trend for everyone to share their old headshots. And Felicia Day's was hysterical because it's also like there's trends in casting and headshots that make sense at the time that you're doing it. Like there was a trend for a while that you needed a headshot in scrubs. Everybody needed a headshot in scrubs because if you were auditioning for any type of role that would wear scrubs, they would say that casting directors didn't have a big imagination, so you needed to submit a scrubs headshot. Like there's just things like that went in and out of style that you look at now and be like, why did I have this picture? What a weird picture. But they are funny to look back on. And then I had like my picture that was like, my agent at the time was like, okay, you need your headshot. That's what I can use to submit you if we're submitting you for a teenage role. You're 18 to play younger headshot. We need your headshot if I'm submitting you to be edgy. We need your headshot if I'm submitting you to be blah, 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 blah. But it's like you had to get these different pictures to like come across as this different character type. And yeah, it's very funny to look back on them. New York rite of passage is Law and Order. On West Coast, it was ER. Yes, everybody needed the scrubs shot. I never worked on either of those shows, but not for lack of trying. I auditioned for them many times. I was just never chosen. Now, yes, it's nice now that we don't have to wait until the film is developed to see if the picture came out okay. We can just delete the bad ones now. But like my first headshot set was when they printed out like a whole paper full of the different shots, and you had to use a little magnifying thing called a loop to like look at each picture. I think they were called contact sheets, and you had to look at each picture close up using this little magnifying loop to pick the pictures that you wanted to have developed. It was wild. The show Scrubs was actually filmed in an abandoned hospital, and they kept running into an issue with people showing up for medical assistance. No, not a real hospital. We have places like that in LA that always make me smile, where they have to have signs that are like, not a real diner, just a film set. Don't come here looking for food. I know it looks like a diner, not a real diner, just for filming. But to me, that kind of stuff always made me smile, because I was like, oh, I'm where the magic gets made. Like, that to me says you're really in the place where this is happening. Like, it was a very cool moment for me, especially when I first moved out here. Like, this is where the magic happens. I'm here, yes. But I can also see people having, like, a very, like, the other side of that is, yes, everything in LA is so fake, right? Like, I can see people having that takeaway from it, but that's not what it was for me. For me, it was, people are actually making movies here. That's so cool. But, you know, there's two sides to every coin. What's with the camera? Anyway, I have a bone sticking out of my arm. Yeah, that would be so sad in a hospital. Much less high stakes at a diner. You're like, I just wanted pancakes. I can't get pancakes here? No. No, you cannot. Oh my gosh, y'all, have we been just chatting for 3 hours? I love it. No regrets. I love it so much. We did a fun, like, trip down memory lane today to the early LA days. Philly and Cali are polar opposites, so you can totally see the friction between both places. And I had a lot of friends that, like, were my friends in Philly that moved out to LA and hated it and could not wait to get back to Philly. Like, I was the odd man out of my friends that felt the way that I felt. I still have friends now that are from the Philadelphia area that absolutely cannot stand the fakeness and the energy in Los Angeles. And they have, like, the exact opposite viewpoint of it that I do. But I just love it. I really do. It's a chat stream. I really do. To me, it always felt like the land of opportunity, and it really was the time in my life that I went from, like, that I came into my own, right? And I think that's really special, too, when you find that. Joker Joe says, I live in Philly, but I like nice people. And there are a lot of nice people in Philly. There are. I just also had encounters with a lot of people that did not appreciate my energy in Philly. They all thought I was really fake, like, to your point. And I'm like, not trying to be fake, just trying to be kind. Sorry if that upsets you. But I think a lot of that also has to do with the fact that I didn't grow up in the city. I grew up outside of the city of Philadelphia. And I grew up in, like, a small rural town where, like, people just, they interact differently when you're not on top of each other than you interact when you are on top of each other. So when I first moved into the city of Philadelphia proper, because I lived in the city for a full year, like, I understood why people had the attitudes they had, because when you live on top of other people, like, that's hard. And when I lived in LA, I always lived on top of other people. I just really, I don't know, I found it fun. Pittsburgh is where it's at. I've only been to Pittsburgh a handful of times in my life. Albrecht says, I think it's funny. Here in Oklahoma, everybody thinks California is falling apart, and the reasons are all political. Sorry, people, but the place is still thriving. Yeah, I think I saw Jimmy Kimmel do a thing when a lot of the news was saying that, like, Los Angeles is falling apart and it's a hellscape and there's riots everywhere. I think Jimmy Kimmel did a bit where he walked outside, like, with his coffee and, like, showed, like, the sunshine and the birds chirping and the palm trees. And he, like, went up to random people and was like, how are you feeling today? And they're like, great, it's a sunny day. And, like, everyone was just happy and thriving and business as normal. Just to show the juxtaposition of, like, I know people in other places think that this is what LA is right now, but let me show you what it actually is. Let's just go outside for a second. What a hellscape, I know. I went to visit family back home and they were like, oh, it's so good to see you guys. We were in like Jersey or something visiting. And they were like, how are you guys? Like they were so concerned about us. And we were like, fine, business as usual. It's like when they said on the news, one of the funny ones that got me, that I think they were saying Portland, none of the stores have windows anymore because they're all being bashed in by protesters. Like the stores don't have windows, or there was some quote like that was said. And there were lots of people that made videos like from Portland being like, here's a window and another window. And here's my really pleasant street with all the windows. The windows are fine. All that to say, just don't believe the cherry-picked rage bait headlines, because look at this horrible place, and it's people having a picnic. Walks up to candlelit dinner, and there are fires. Growing up in Detroit, people have no clue until you visit. Well, and it's also, too, like, if you're used to living on a 20-acre farm, I can understand how suddenly being in Times Square of New York would feel very overwhelming and different, maybe not in a good way to you. But just because it's not your cup of tea doesn't mean that it's not someone else's cup of tea. Lots of people love Times Square, you know? And so that's the other thing that I think people don't really take into consideration as much. Yeah, but Portland's a lovely place every time I've ever traveled there. It's really fun. They have lots of good coffee. They're in Seattle. Really good coffee. You love the video you saw once of a person who they were calling her all worried during the first No Kings, and she just sent back a video of her walking down the street showing song circles and picnics. Yes. And that's like, Portland was so funny too, because they're so like hippie coded. They were all like, what are they going to do? Like, give them hemp bracelets? Is that the protest? They're just giving everybody hemp bracelets? Like, obviously that was an oversimplification, but it's until you've seen the culture of a particular place, I don't know, it's hard for people, I guess, to make assumptions. Joker Joe says, all joking aside, as someone from Philly, never go to Kensington and Allegheny. I remember Kensington not being very safe when I lived in Philly. It's actually dangerous, and people like to mess with tourists. Yeah, I remember Kensington. I think I worked on one independent film when I was in Philly where we shot it in parts of Kensington. Like, we recorded the film in parts of Kensington. And, that was never a place that I felt super safe in terms of, like, neighborhoods of Philadelphia. And they do like to mess with people that they can tell are not from there, for sure. They did 20 plus years ago when I was there. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I don't know the neighborhoods of Philly anymore. It's been too long since I lived there. When you visit Chicago, they screw with you by making you drink Malort. What's Malort? Wait, I used to know this. This is a part of my brain that you're unlocking right now. Please explain to me again what that is. Yeah, no, they don't try to screw with you by making you go to bad areas. Like, that's what Joker Joe's saying. Don't go to this areas. Malort is evil. What is it? Not Merlot. Merlot's lovely. Different thing. It's an alcohol and it's not good. Okay. And is it Chicago specific? It must be. I've only been to Chicago a handful of times. For a while, I dated a fella whose family was from Chicago and he was from Chicago. And a big reason why we broke up is because he really wanted to, like, move back to and settle in Chicago. And I really didn't. I was like, you want me to move somewhere that's so much colder that I don't know anybody and I can't pursue my dream, which is the whole reason I left my family. Like, I left my family on the other side of the country to come here to pursue this dream. And yeah, I think he just wanted to be home closer to his family and kind of realized LA wasn't for him. And that's okay. But I was like, I can't I can't give up everything I hold dear. I'm sorry. Not a thing. And it's not like he and I had a great relationship anyway. Like, I think if we had a great relationship, we maybe could have found a way to make it work. But we were only like a year into dating and there were problems in the relationship already. So, but yeah, I've been to Chicago a couple times and really like their deep dish pizza. I really like that. I also really liked the history museum there. That was super cool.
Have returned.
Rob, you moved back to Pennsylvania 3 years ago because you couldn't take the sweltering heat of Florida. The humidity in Florida is hard. That's hard for me, and I like warm weather. Sneaky side down. Hello. Getting close to 2 years. I love it. Thank you for the resub. Dante says that's a casserole, not a pizza. It's kind of like a casserole. It actually makes me think when people say pizza pie, like that is actually a pie. Chicago deep dish pizza is actually like a pie or a casserole more than what I would think of as a pizza. To me, pizza will always be New York pizza. That's my first and foremost. But I enjoy Chicago pizza. Nate and I just actually had a really good pizza last night, which is a wild thing to say in California because I, in general, think the pizza here is trash. But we went to like a fancy pizza place where they put fancy toppings on it, and we had a really good one. Friday night, not last night. No, last night. It was last night. My brain. The humidity's so bad you sweat while you're in a pool. Yeah. Florida is not just sweat and gators. It's also Disney World and Universal Orlando. To you, pizza is Sicilian street food wrapped in paper. Yummy. Logan still says the best pizza he ever had is when we were in Rome. And I'm like, that's a valid opinion. I'm okay with that. Okay. Some people are, I saw P-Boy Art was redeeming Hydrate 20 minutes ago, and that's when I finished my coffee. So I need to go actually get water to hydrate. My nose is getting stuffy because I'm not hydrated enough. That's a weird problem and probably a weird thing to say, but that is an observation I've made about myself. So I'm going to go get some water so that I don't overtax my voice. You should also get some water, by the way, and take care of yourself. We were just chatting for 3 hours, so yeah, I need some water. And when I come back, we'll pick a game to play. Okay? Stay tuned, everybody. I'll be right back. Buddha, Chris, thank you for the resub. Hi, everybody. I am back. I got myself some lunch. I reheated some pasta leftovers. This is like a homemade pasta bolognese with some veggies in it. And my husband and son picked out this heart-shaped pasta. And I think it's adorable. It was probably meant for like people making dinner for Valentine's Day, but we'll take it. If you want unique pizza. Oh. Wait, please Discord DM me that LA experience. I would love to try that. And I would love to take Nate to that too. But yeah, yummies. That's impostable. Catnip, that's hilarious. But yeah, I love weird dining experiences. I always joke with my husband that like, I don't want to drop lots of money on shoes or bags or anything like that, but I will drop money on food and weird dining experiences. Welcome back. Thank you. You welcome back too. What game should we play today, guys? I am counting down the days until I can play the game I've been playing offline recently with all of you, but embargo's not lifted yet. Embargo lifts on February 7th. And when I'm like overhyping it, and when I tell you what game it is, you're all gonna be like, really, Trisha? But it's an indie game that we covered on the Gong Show. And it wasn't even the Ultimate Gong Show winner that day. I just really liked it. And I played the heck out of the demo. And now the full release of the game's coming out, and I've been playing it nonstop. Hint? Your hint is that it was a winner, but not an ultimate winner. And if anyone's actually my Steam friend, you might be able to see what my playing activity is, and then you'd know. You can't wait for Crimson Desert? Nice. Albrecht, if you find a good game that you want to submit for the Gong Show, in the Discord, we have a Twitch Gong Show channel. Link it there. And I'll take a look at it. Although I'm really backed up right now. So many good games. I'm always backed up. I get about 40 indie game outreach emails a week. 40 plus, usually. And I have to lower that down to like 7 games. It's very hard. Because they all look awesome. Okay. I'm going to do a poll for today. What game will it be? Quarantine Zone. There was a new symptom that we didn't get to see. So we could do Quarantine Zone. We could do Code Vein, although I wasn't super good at it, but I'm going to throw it out there. Code Vein 2. We could do DK Bonanza. We could do Claire Obscure DLC. Let me see. Is there anything else? I will also put Ghost of Yotei or Blueprints. Ghost of Yotei is what I'm going to do. All right. 3-minute poll at the top of chat. Vote for what you'd like to see. Will Ye Guild Clerk be on the poll? That was our ultimate Gong Show winner, so we'll see that again on the next Gong Stravaganza. Tank, I would say that counts. Yeah. I would say that counts. I might like a game called A Biotic Factor. It's a survival game that's kind of like Half-Life meets Control. That sounds fun. You could use a trainer for Code Vein 2. Are you volunteering to be my trainer? Yeah, the thing with Code Vein 2 that I'm having a problem with is I'm not really understanding the leveling and loadout in it yet. Mr. New York to Kelly, that sounds great. But yeah, on February 7th, if I can play this game on stream that I've been playing offline so much, watch out. And here's your other hint. It has a Twitch extension now. It didn't in the demo I showed on the Gong Show, but it does now. Oh, someone asked what this sauce was on my pasta. It's like a homemade, kind of like a homemade bolognese, except for it's made with ground turkey instead of ground beef, and we've got veggies in it. I see people adding me as their Steam friend. I love it. Message me on Discord with your Steam name and I will add you. Or I'll come hunt you down on Twitch Whisper. In a friendly way, you know? For everyone redeeming Steam friend, I think a lot of times I have to have my settings set to pretty private when I'm playing games that like the embargo hasn't lifted on yet, so don't take that personally if that happens. I think you're saying it isn't showing on our Steam page, unfortunately. Yeah, because I probably have to have all my embargo settings right now for something I'm playing. And like certain devs and publishers are very particular about it. Like you have to change all your Steam settings to this if you want access to this thing early. Double win if it wins for you today. Could be, Rob. I'm always careful to not break embargo. I know that's like a big stereotype of like why people don't want to give out their devices or their games early because they think people are going to be irresponsible and break embargo. Ghost of Yotei today! Wow! Ghost of Yotei! I'm going to have to learn the moves. I'm so excited though. It's been so long. A regular Steam profile has a limit of 100 friends. Is that true? I don't know if I'm near that limit. If I'm in, I'm just going to go through and find Steam friends that haven't logged on in like 7 years. And sorry, if you haven't logged on to Steam in 7 years, that... Make room. The higher your Steam level, the more friends you can have. That makes sense. We can play Ghost of Yotei and get surprise Erica booty. Okay, let me get my PlayStation controller. Which one? Let's do... maybe the pink controller today. It's probably going to say your controller needs to update, and that's okay. It's just been a bit. It's been a bit since we PlayStationed on stream. Maximum friend capacity is 2,000, but it's dependent on your level. My controller apparently doesn't need an update. Oh, system software updates complete. Neato potato. Erica! This music's very pretty. Oh, downloading an update. Do it. I'm okay with that. Update. It'll give me time to finish my pasta. There we go. Now you're going through the Discord channel and adding games to your wish list? Nice. Do it. But yeah, sometimes I get an indie game that we play on Gong Show that I'm like, oh, this just really like scratches a certain itch for me. Like Mini Motorways and Mini Metro. Those games for me are easy wins. But I get it that like they're not going to be perfect for every type of gamer, but I really like them. Or like 2 Point Museum. And another really good one for me. Not as much though as this game I've been playing lately. This game I've been playing lately is like a game that I'm like, oh, I just want to play more of that. Like, do I have 10 minutes in between my meeting? Can I play that game? And it's been a bit since I had a game like that. But yeah, it's got me. It grabbed a hold of me. I like it. All right, we're down to under a minute on that update. That sounds good, Juicy. You've been deep into Minecraft again. Joker Joe said Balatros like that for me. Nice. You needed a de-stress game? Yeah, sometimes you need that. For me, it's a occupy my mind with the game so that I can de-stress and not keep my mind flooded with tons of horrible things. Like sometimes I just need to check out and I need to keep my mind occupied with something else so that it doesn't wander over here. And that's been lovely to have. All right, I'm going to mute so you don't have to hear me blow my nose. All right, we're back. Nobody needs to hear that. But now that I have my water, hopefully that won't happen. Honk, yes. Okay, a little stretch. Here, it says 27 seconds left. I'm going to try to plank for the remainder of this. And I'm going to do the harder plank for me, which is the elbow one. And try to do it for the rest of this. This is harder for me than the straight arm plank. Don't love it. Shaking abs. At least my floor is clean. Okay. It says initializing. I'm sure that wasn't a full 30 seconds, but... You just ate, by the way, says Trushi. It's true. I did. That makes it harder. Air horn. The air horn is what my sneezes actually sound like. You've all been fooled. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. You're cheating if you plank on your knees. Oh, yeah. Knee planks are definitely like a modified version if planks are too hard. Remember, Baker says, whoa, what? Air horn? Okay. I'm going to have to reteach myself all of these moves. So please bear with me.
Saito is bringing in more troops every day.
Okay, let's look at our menus. So I'm down here. That's completed. We must have just finished a thing. So what? Home, return to your childhood. It's got 1 dot, which means there's 1 thing to do there. I remember that. I could go here. There's 4 things to do here. I have 2 traveler's maps where I need to see where they fit. And I know you were saying if I guess wrong incorrectly enough times, it'll just put it in the right spot, but... Is it here? Yeah! Lucky. First time back luck. Well, I could go up and get that next, maybe. Let's look at this one. Spirit increase is where? I mean, that looks like there, but not the other part. Maybe like... Oh, wait. That's right. Yeah! Cool, man. Cool, man. Okay, that's my map, my wolf pack. The bowyer has upgrades. The scavenger has new gear. Has upgrades. Okay, growth. These are my skill trees. Gosh, I don't remember, like, any of this anymore. When the wolf is nearby, she will perform a follow-up attack. Wait, do I have a wolf or do I not have that yet? Man, it's been so long. I guess I have a wolf. Complete more wolf dens to unlock. Okay, so maybe I didn't unlock this. When I'm down in combo, the wolf will come and rescue me from death? Okay, so I need more wolf dens, clearly, to get a buddy. Here's my gear. I don't have a mask. I do have some armor. Here's my inventory at the moment. And then my settings, I'm just going to look real quick. Call horse is left. Heal is down. Hold it is sake. Photo mode. Spyglass or toggle target lock. Okay. And then yes, gust wind. Play shamisen. Draw our still weapon. Show respect. Okay, it's all coming back to me. Aim and interact, quick fire, block or standoff is there, and heavy attack and light attack. Okay, okay. I know Song of Spirit to help find things. So I think next we're going to go, a new major charm is there. I'm just going to go up this way. We're going to follow the path. And go up this way.
Wanderer.
What?
What
Talk?
do you know about the Yotei 6?
What do you want to know?
I have business with the Kitsune. What do you know about him?
He's in Teshio Reach. It's a hard place to live. Our men stationed there have sent back reports about fox spirits taking over farms. Apparently, a farmer's been fighting back. With kunai, if you can believe it.
Kunai. Good to know.
Okay. Maybe I should talk to people here
There's
before I
no greater
leave.
weapon than a cool head.
Can I just get this stuff? I feel like that's stealing. Why is it just here? Am I supposed to steal it? I'm so confused. I don't remember being here. No loot!
I have seen a lot of
This is just out. I can just get this. It's an empty jar. I don't need the empty jar. Okay, horse. These games are so pretty. Woo! Get that on the way. Now where? Okay, I'm going the right way. I'm just not following the path. So I think I want to make a hard this way. Dunde stop path. Oh, maybe it's like up in the mountains or something. This was that was the ghost shrine. After big story moments, they leave gifts for you. Oh, those were gifts for me. So should I go back and get them? Okay, it looks like maybe this is somebody's camp. Here's a something. I found a thing. Altar of reflection. Now I forget when I find these. Where is it? Where do I go? Do I bow there? So these are like glowworms. Is it under the waterfall, maybe? Altars are your skill tree points. So did I already get credit for it because it popped up, or do I need to do something? Will I be uploading a YouTube full playthrough for this game, or is it only a Twitch experience? Radokin, so all my Twitch VODs are on the Trisha Hershberger Streams YouTube channel. They're uploaded there. Not on my main YouTube channel, which is a little more tech-focused. It's been a while since I played, so yes, thank you everyone for bearing with me while I'm like re-remembering a bunch of this. You need to find and bow. It's a shrine. Okay. It would probably be more helpful if I was doing this during the day. So I could see. Do I have to like cheese up this wall maybe? Or are they all facing it? Maybe it's out there because they're facing it. Ooh. Is it on my map? Or are they trying to lead me to that shrine? Oh, yeah, maybe they're trying to lead me to that shrine. Or is that just because I had that pinged first? I don't remember. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go to the shrine that I was originally trying to get to. Those are just animals up there. Oh, they want me to go up here. Oh, shrine and altar are two separate things. Okay, so there was something else over there. Oh, I see people up there, though. Something up there. Good guy, not good guy. I'm gonna guess maybe not good guy. But maybe could be good guy. I can't cheese my way up this, can I? I thought there was a dude up here, is there not? Oh, that's nice, though. Let's get that for later. Oh! No, I didn't want to go all the way down. Sorry. I thought that was a, like, kick it down so I can do it later. Yeah, the DualSense controller is a big part of these games. You're absolutely right. Oh, okay. Definitely bad guy hideout. Do I want to be messing? What are they even doing? Where am I? I don't even see a thing here. Well, that doesn't look like a full town. There could be more people up there, though. Oh, there's a prisoner.
Let's
all right.
get this over with.
Your boldness.
Yeah. Well, I clearly forgot how to do that. Yep. No thanks, ma'am. Oh, no!
Your face is a bounty poster. I am here to collect.
What did I do? I didn't do my yelly screamy thing. Uh-oh.
She can't be far.
Nope. Get out of there, bow guy. You also get out of here, bow guy. Ah! You turkey. Knock it off. I'm trying to remember. What do I do that breaks their stance? Ooh, that was good. That was like a parry. Oh. Got my parry timing wrong. Got him, finally. I didn't get to do my yelly screamy thing. Okay, there's at least one more dude. Maybe not. Can I rescue this friend? Wait, what? I'm full on that. Is that person dead? Okay, I remember the stance being broken thing. I should have done some arrows. Okay. I should have done some arrows. I'm trying to remember. Empty sake jars everywhere. Why can't... Is that person dead? I don't understand why I can't save this person. Well... Monies. Metsubushi is full. What's that? What is... Gear. Inventory. Okay. What's up here? Still full. Wine berries. Oh, there's a person over there. Nice person, not nice person. I think nice person. Ma'am?
Those bodies, friends of yours?
Matsumai samurai. Saito's thugs caught them by surprise. And I'm helping myself to the scraps.
You don't seem too broken up about it.
These samurai won the war. My clan lost. Now I'm a ronin. Harsh times make for hardened hearts. Are we fighting for the spoils or what?
Keep the spoils. I don't care.
I'm not looking for trouble, just information. Yotei 6.
Have returned.
Hi,
Got
Michelle.
nothing but time these days.
Thank you for the
What have you heard about
resub.
the kitsune?
Only that he's in Teshio Ridge. Only the brave or foolish go there. Just the other day, a man told me he was going to Sakura Woods to find a story. Something about Yukimushi and a kimono.
Sounds like Ugetsu.
Okay. We got some intel. Wolf bond increase is up there, and it looks like we're pretty close to the shrine I was hunting too. So... Alright, this is all good. I'm gonna get on my horse. Michelle, how are you?
Go, go!
I do need a camp. But if I remember correctly, the shrines aren't like combat. Oh, just kidding.
Over there!
Looking for me?
We're looking for your head. There's a nice
Ugh.
place for killing the snake.
Well, now, free this man or I don't regret it.
This man had nothing to do with it. Let him go.
We decide who lives and who dies. Today, you're both out of luck. Get her! I will
Ugh.
come back!
Well. Okay, where's the arrow person? There was an arrow person.
Prepare yourself!
Nope, they're all gonna... Oh, did he hit his friend? Because that would have been funny. Oh, I need to do scary face, but I don't have the stuff to do scary face.
Saito will pay well for you!
Nope, I saw that. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, you fart. Alright, well, I clearly need to go back to the beginning of this encounter and camp first. Oh, dog!
Get ready!
I forget how to lock on people, too. And I don't know what the gold means. I forget what the gold means, too.
There's no escape!
Oh, you can't block that. Okay, I think blue means can't block it. Okay, finally got that guy. Now let's get away from the other dude. No! Nah! I haven't played in so long, Michelle. I'm like trying to remember. Okay, at least they're letting me camp here. I can cook. Now I'm trying to remember when I camp. Cook fish is a major ranged perk or minor melee perk. This next fight's gonna be melee, so let's go with that. Okay, great. Well, now I have scary face too, right? And I forget what playing does for me. It was just fun. Yay, wolf saves. Indeed. Michelle, I hope you're doing well. And I guess sleeping, but maybe I don't need that now. Okay. And I think Scary Face is pushing in on both sticks, right? That's the move where I can make my scary yell face and then they're all real sad. Okay. Are there manual saves? Yes. Wait, where are they? They were just randomly here? That's what I was like. I don't remember, like, shrines and altars being combat encounters, but I guess they just happened to be there and I failed it. Sorry, bud. Yeah, you can only use Scary Face if the things are full, right? Lots of cow. Yeah. This way. Is that a thing? Someone was here. Follow the burbs. Okay. Oh, this is gonna... I'm gonna have to use the, like, grapple hook swing. Right? Yes, there it is. Okay, I'm trying to remember this now. It's coming back. We're just getting in our exercise climbing this mountain. This doesn't feel right. Going down here doesn't feel right. So where could it be? What did I miss? No wind here. There's a torch there. I came up here. I climbed up here. Is there any other thing down here that I missed? Aha, there is. Okay. All right. Let's jump to this. Ugh. Brudoken, that would be so nice as a feature to have built in games. Okay, looks like we gotta go there next. Yep. Okay. There we go. And maybe we can go back to that other place that we had found, the shrine or whatever, but go back during the day. Maybe I'll be able to see something I missed before. It does look like there's one over there. That must be it. It's very hard to see. It still must be early morning, hence the, like, weird, desaturated look to everything. Either that or we're just, like, on the dark side of the mountain, I guess. Okay, I could go this way. What's that way? We'll get that, whatever that is. Okay. I'll take it. Just these little climbing parkour challenges. I am playing on the original PS5. I don't have a PS5 Pro. I don't see anywhere to go to next from here. But that has to be where I go because I just came up here. So yeah, that's gotta be it. Alright, so we need to figure out what's next. Ah, that way. Up we go! Oh, hi, Froggy. Hi. Anything over here? Yes. Before we go up and say hi to the Froggy. You know I enjoy talking about my tech and gear. You were looking at my about page to find out what displays you use. If you go to Command Amazon, I have a picture of my streaming setup with everything linked. But I use an Alienware QD OLED 34-inch ultra-wide that I game on. And then I have an Alienware 27-inch 4K monitor as my secondary. Okay, clearly I can go up higher, but what's that? Yeah, there's something going on over there. I guess I could mark where that is. That red tree really stands out. I pinned that location for later. Yeah, you're welcome. Streaming from an ultra-wide is not ideal. I like the ultra-wide for like when I'm running my business and not streaming. But I have to do a little bit of funky work to make the stream work in the right aspect ratio as a result. Increase the amount of common and rare metals and black powder collected while scavenging. Okay, new charm. And before we go down, it does appear that there's more up here. So let me just see what's going on up here before we... Fish. Nice. Okay. Just a little extra loot. Sometimes you need that. We got our lovely little shrine here. We did the thing. Whee! I actually run, Brudokan, I actually run everything. All the games run through the ultra-wide. The reason I have the 4K monitor as a 4K is so that I can keep all of my different streaming software open at the same time and see them all. If I don't have 4K resolution, for example, like the minimum resolution and aspect ratio for OBS and Discord and all that kind of stuff makes everything overlap. Whereas if I have a 4K monitor for my streaming stuff, I can keep them all open in a way I can see everything. So when I'm running a stream like the Gong Show, which has extra stuff that needs to be running at the same time, it's much easier for me to have everything over there in the 4K. I generally don't game in 4K because I'm not streaming in 4K anyway. And this close up to the screen, it's not as necessary. Okay, so we're back down here. But yeah, the 4K monitor is hooked up to my streaming PC, and the ultra-wide monitor is hooked up to my gaming PC. Bad guys? Maybe these are these same ding-dongs from before. I can get the high ground. Boom! Come for me now. Okay, I'm trying a scary face, but I don't think I have enough. Ugh. Now I'm definitely... You with the gold, sir. Who else? Oh, another arrow fool. I don't know where you are, though. I just want to loot your friends. Oh, you're down here. Okay. Did I get all of them? I think I did. The music is seemingly chilling out. Nope. Get back. I guess I could steal their horses at this point. Is your horse carrying anything of use? Are your other horses carrying anything of use? No. No. I also didn't check to see if there were any supplies up here. There might be. Oh, some steel and some coin. Great. Northbot, you said Alienware is getting really good at the getting you deployed quick, but also come through longer when there are hardware shortages. I mean, Alienware's been very kind to me over the years. They've supplied me with a lot of my streaming setup as part of the Alienware Hive program. And I've been very happy with the majority of the things that they've supplied me with over the years. Alright, let's look at... I know I marked a pin somewhere where I saw smoke. But I don't know where that is now. Is that all the way up here? What's this? And that's the pin location. Okay, so we had a little shrine before that I found that was like over here. Oh, it said altar of reflection completed. So I guess I did it and didn't realize I did it. Okay, neat. So next, let's go to the place where there was smoke, and then we're going to go get Wolf. I don't know that, Galric. I'm not sure, but what I will say is that lurkers are always welcome on this channel. I get it. Sometimes you just don't want to chat, and that is A-okay. I lurk on my friends' streams all the stinking time. I don't want anyone to ever feel pressured like they need to out themselves as a lurker. So you just do what you gotta do. You can hourglass to mark spots you find on a map. You mean like I can just pin them? Because I pinned this spot here. Maybe I could pin other stuff. But yeah, straight ahead is Wolfie. Oh, nope. I still wanted that pinned. Here, where does it say where what my horse's name is? I don't remember. It's not in here, is it? trying to go slow so I don't get off course. Oh, hi! I have to
Sounds like
follow
the
you
wolf is
now.
nearby.
This is just gonna be a nice little leisurely stroll. Oh no.
Wolf hunters.
Kick that fool.
You again. You've been busy. I don't like Saito's men either. Seems we have a common enemy. You picked up a scent? Let's see if you'll lead me to his friends.
Are these the friends I already took out? Because that would be pretty epic. This wolf is fast, man. Okay, that's not it. Where are we going, dude? They're all terrified of me and this wolf.
Saito banners. So he has them killing wolves now.
Yes, 2 is 1.
How can it be?
Oh, come on, I blocked it. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, wolf, thank you. Yeah.
Get ready!
What does the gold mean? Oh, okay, I guess it means I cannot break it. Yep, he's coming at me again with another gold, and I don't know what that means. Oh, did I pick up something I can throw at him? Does anyone else have something I can throw at him? Because that would be good. Okay, no more arrow guy.
There she is again!
Oh, nice. Good job, Wolfie. Gold is disarm. You can counter by holding
Out you
triangle.
go.
Aw, yes.
Saito must want you all gone. His way of taming Ezo. Good thing we got here just in time. And that you didn't bite my arm off. You're welcome.
Okay. Choose a technique to learn. Wolf's Vengeance. After appearing, the wolf will stay and fight your opponents. Or Wolf Howl. When using Onryo's Howl, which is my scary face, the wolf may join you and attack another enemy. Oh, I like them both. I think Wolf's Vengeance will be good. Where are we? Do they have anything else at their camp I can take? Oh, that would have been nice to toss at those fools. Oh, I'm all the way over here now. Wolf led me on quite the trip. The dueling tree. Can I go... Yeah, where was my pinned location? Was like up here. So I can just go straight from where I am, I guess.
Come! I should continue my hunt. The Kitsunes and Teshio Ridge.
Is this the game basically telling me I've done too many side missions and to get it together? Oh, look at all those horses. That's nice. I'm gonna let all the horses go by. I don't want to interrupt this. They're having a little parade. Enjoy your horsey parade.
Let's go.
And what is this? Bamboo. Okay, and that is my childhood home over there. But there was smoke over here. I know there was. What happened? Was I supposed to bow there? I feel like I was supposed to bow there and I missed it. Whoops. Maybe the smoke went away. There's some fishing there, it looks like. What's this red tree? Have I looked at the red tree? What's the last time I played Mass Effect? Wow, I don't know. A long time ago. Oh, hey.
Don't mind me, little one. Someone's in a hurry.
Follow the fox? I assume we follow the fox. Yes, follow the fox. Okay, great.
Friend of yours? There they go.
Aw, cuties. Do I still have to follow them? Where are they going? What's in here, little foxes?
Stay out of trouble, you two.
Nice. Double fox den, yeah. Charm of Uncanny Aim. Quick fire weapon damage increased by a moderate amount. Ooh. So what charms am I using right now? And what do I get? 1 major, 2 minor, or something like that? I don't remember. Mother's Charm is a ranged charm. Headshots have a moderate chance to earn spirit. Father's Charm is for sword. Charm of Thoughtful Restoration. A reflection ripples in the water. Gain a minor increase to maximum health. Charm of Kinayago. Increases the amount of common and rare metals when scavenging. Charm of Renewed Determination. Minor amount of spirit when taking damage. Charm of Uncanny Aim. Increase the amount of sake you can carry. Now I forget how I equip these things. So it looks like I can only have one major charm. Oh, no, I can only have a major or a minor. Okay. Memories of home. I gotta go back. I gotta go back home. Is what I gotta do. Across the lake we go. Here's my charms. Ah, okay. Charm of Thoughtful Restoration. Charm of Assassin's Resolve. Charm of Last Chance. Charm of Bountiful Harvest. This one's unassigned, so let's figure that out. I would like Uncanny Aim. And let's do minor amount of spirit. So I have 4 minors here. What is Charm of Assassin's Resolve? I don't remember. Okay, now if I do want to go home, I can just fast travel there. Father's Forge has an upgrade available. My dual katanas can be upgraded. Nice. Now, how do I switch between... Oh, not what I wanted to do. How do I switch between my dual katanas and the one? I don't remember. I've had a little sake, so please excuse me. Am I supposed to, like, move all those rocks? Yes, that is how I do it. You're right. And now I'm remembering. Wait, aren't I supposed to have, like, a certain type of enemy gets one weapon and a different one gets a different one? Wait, how do I remember this? How do I switch back and forth to the memories? I know there's a way to do it, but I don't remember.
Father and I used to paint here.
L1 or L2, you think? No. Okay, stand in the spot and press touchpad. That's what that did. So I'm like, is that a memory I've already gotten, maybe? Or maybe I'll try this one up here. No. Pressing touchpad brings me that. Maybe I hold it. Hold it.
Atsu, you're finished with your chores already?
Most of them. I'm too old to be making pinwheels.
Is that so? Why not play a game with your mother then? One with real stakes? Whoever loses at Zeni Hajiki has to convince your father and brother to make the pinwheels.
Only if we play with your special coins.
It'll be a proper duel. You really think you can win?
You taught me. And you always say I learned from the best.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Okay, if I remember correctly, I'm not the worst at this game. So let's pick... maybe that one. Too far.
Soon you'll be old enough to choose a trade. Do you know what you'll do?
Maybe
I'm not remembering
forge
the...
swords like father.
You don't sound too sure.
Okay,
Why
so...
not do something you can call
Aha.
your own?
That's what I was looking for. Oh, but I hit two. Too many coins hit. You can only hit one. Bye, jokester. You have a wonderful day, too.
What about painting?
Nice.
You make such lovely scenes.
I'd have to paint for other people. Some things are just for me.
I mean, I guess I'm just gonna take that one.
Maybe I should gamble my way to riches.
But now I don't
Your
have a good
father
shot
would be
from here.
furious.
Haha. Sorry, that I gave that one to my mom. Good call. Ugh, Mom and I are tied. Uh-oh. Is this where she cleans house and I lose? Nope, that was for me. Nice. I could do either of these. That's it. I did it.
I see you need more of a challenge.
I am just that good.
Oh, we gotta play again? Too many coins hit. Stinker. Ah! Why did it go so far? Well, at least we're both not doing great. These are all so close to each other. This is like the art of the tiny baby hit.
I think I'd like to do something with horses. Build a nice stable. Train them, care for them, lend them to farmers for a good price.
You would be wonderful at it.
I can build a stable by the lake. Maybe I'll even ride here to visit you sometimes.
If you don't, I'll haunt your dreams at night.
Nope. Okay, that was a mess for me. I feel like the game is intentionally making me and Mom tie too much. So that we can have, like, all the necessary dialogue, you know? That's gonna be too hard.
No
Nice.
chances of you being a musician like your mother?
I would never inflict that upon the world.
it. I got it in the right area, though. Bye, Slastat. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay. Yay! She gonna make me do a third round?
Not bad. You will be swindling all of Ezo in no time.
Who says I'm not already?
Let's convince your father and Jube to make those pinwheels. I left the paper inside the house.
So that was my memory here. Paper inside the house. Is it still there?
Mother put those pinwheels somewhere in here.
Does that look like it? There's something.
We used to put these on the cliffside to catch the wind. Now I hear
Aww.
spring coming, Mother.
A memory of mother.
Atsu, they had a fresh batch of ink at the inn. Come, paint with me. What shall our subject be today?
The ginkgo tree.
Ah, a worthy choice. Now, remember,
Be mindful of my posture. Control my breathing.
I'll grind the ink.
So we played games with mom. We're painting with dad.
It's not enough to see the ginkgo tree.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Feel
this.
the deepness of its roots.
So I have to do the like
Channel that energy with each stroke.
each
Decisive,
individual stroke.
Precise, like wielding a sword.
Pretty.
It's done.
I can sense the strength of the ginkgo tree, unyielding to storm and strife. You've improved, little wolf.
I still have a long way to go.
I think you're ready for something a bit more challenging. Would you like to try painting me?
Oh.
I've never done that.
All the more reason to try. I'd
Try
like
to
see
paint a
myself
person?
in my daughter's eyes. It's
Okay.
not about capturing what you see. It's about impressions. How others leave a mark in our lives.
Okay, little kid Atsu's amazing. We are a savant.
If you don't like it,
I am honored to be seen by you, little wolf. Let's hang these up in the house as a surprise to Yone and your brother.
I know the perfect spot. I wonder if my paintings survive.
Yes, right there.
My paintings. Even Father's portrait. He had such kind eyes.
Okay, it looks like there still might be memories here.
This is where Saito left me.
Rough.
You're here. You survived.
I don't see any other little, like...
There. Much better.
I don't see any
This
other little
Toro
memory
lantern.
spots. Or maybe there aren't any more memories right now. They just want me to know that I can, like, freely explore her memory back in the day. Okay. Now, if we look at home, it looks like we've cleaned up everything there. I can go here and definitely upgrade some things. Weary Traveler's Camp. Water Foxton, I did. The Dueling Tree. Now, let me zoom out. I've done a lot of this area. And I guess where the game wants me to go next is these spots. And I just haven't been doing a lot of that. So let's go here.
I heard the Munich the phone.
Arm yourself. Buy a bow.
Hello.
You know what to look for.
I can upgrade my arrow, my fire arrow, heavy arrow, or disarming arrow. I don't think I have any heavy arrows, so let's do it if we can.
Can I interest you in something else? Is there something else?
Okay.
Aim for the eyes.
And there's this guy out here. Sir?
How would you feel about taking on a special kind of bounty?
As long as it pays well.
It does. You can even help yourself to the bounty's armor. Consider it a bonus.
What's he wanted for?
The cold-hearted slaughter of men, women, even children, if the tales are true. He's known as Soma, the Condemned. They say he was given a cursed flute by an Oni in order to become an unparalleled musician. But to keep the flute, he must kill. And kill he has.
Won't be the first time I shut up a bad musician. I'll take the job.
Figured you would. Happy hunting.
Okay, assume that's on our map now.
Need help with some armor? Straight to business.
Buying new armor. Maximum health increases a moderate amount. Buy or buy and equip. I could buy it. Let's do it.
Only for you.
Thank you.
Come back for tea sometime.
Okay. Now we gotta talk to this guy.
Why
This is map guy. It still says I got a bunch of stuff to upgrade.
Matsumai want to charter this place, I'll never know. You want new maps, I presume?
Okay, a spire altar. I don't have enough to buy all of them. Bamboo, serpent altar, spire altar.
And there
I
she
don't know, I
goes.
kind of like finding them on my own. I feel like that's a bit of a waste of money.
How did that not go?
Let's talk to this guy.
I was so used
There is good bartering to be done. Katkema, take a look.
I could sell things. I don't think I need to buy fish. I could probably sell some fish. No, I like the hats
Let's
I
trade
have. I
again
think this is all
soon.
just cosmetic, right?
Give a man a sword, and he'll think he's invincible. Give him two, and he'll think he's a god.
Okay. I need to be higher up before I do any more of that. But let's see. Okay. There's a bamboo strike over there we could go to. The twisted tree I've been to. I've completed some stuff. What's that? Oh, a new technique. That's a rest spot. I got that altar. Alright, let's go there. Oh, and I definitely see a smoke spot. Oh, and a hot spring! And another smoke spot. Oh, a secluded camp. Now that's marked on my map. A watchtower, which would unlock more of my map. What's that? Okay. So there is a smoke spot there, but on my way, I can hit up this stuff. Okay, there's the watchtower. I see it.
Shimaki!
Hot Springs gives the health boost permanently, so it's definitely worth going there. Okay. Or worth going there. I remember that. Whee! I see some dudes over there.
That damn noise!
Who said that dang noise? Bird! Bird, you're gonna distract me. But I'll still follow you, I guess. I don't want to leave a bird, you know? I'm playing on PlayStation right now. I don't want to leave a bird. That'd be rude of me. How do I put it away?
You will bow to me! Stupid bamboo.
That sword wasn't made for you.
Who cares? It's mine now.
You may hold it, but it's not yours.
What does that mean?
My father was a swordsmith. He taught me that the bamboo is a barrier, separating warrior from spirit. A clean cut connects the warrior with their sword, strengthening their spirit until they are one.
What a pile of horse shit.
Want to bet?
I'll do it. Not well, though. I think we did quality mode, but I don't remember. Nice. Yeah! Bamboo strike completed. I did. Huzzah. See?
No way. You cheated.
I did not
Drop
cheat.
the sword before you hurt yourself.
Fine. It's useless anyway.
I'll take that sword if you don't want it. Is there anything else in here I need to grab? No. We did it, but here I can look in settings and see. We did. We have ray tracing as our graphics mode. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what I had.
Do you hear that?
Some birds are fighting on the roof.
This old head of mine can't think with all that racket. Can you quiet them down?
I could maybe throw some sake at them?
Go on.
That is much.
Oh, a new hat.
Thank you.
Alright, well, I got the hat.
You shouldn't be out here on your own, old man.
Did you know that if you gaze upon Mount Yotei, you can stir the kami that live within it?
Appeal to their vanity, and they will grant you the mountain's blessing.
You know the stories. There's a
Oh,
good
I
use
know
of
pudding
blessing
powder.
right about now. But with these worn eyes, I could never hope to satisfy the mountain with my praise.
Maybe I can help.
Tell me what you see.
Okay, untrack that.
Life grows under the protection of the mountain's shadow, ever vigilant.
Such presence.
The slopes wrinkle in age and in wisdom.
I can relate.
A blanket of snow catches both the sun and moon like starlight.
A subtle beauty. You know the mountain well.
She's the one thing that never changes.
I'm sure she will be pleased with your description.
Wonder what else I can see up here.
We're gonna spyglass it up. Oh, wolf! We definitely want a wolf. What else I got? a pillar spotted. Okay. Small guarded camp. That's the Shadow Inn. Oh, a secluded cabin. Okay. The dueling tree. Now, I think when I see all these with my spyglass, it then marks them on the map for me, if I remember correctly. Thank you, sir. Now, if I look at my map, I've got some good stuff marked. So, secluded camp. Stables, woods, Jade Grove, Weeping Willow. Wolf bond increase, new sword kit, new technique. Where was that? From here, I know I saw like a new, a new place to go rest your booty. A new surprise booty, but I don't know where it is now. I thought it would be marked on my map, and I guess maybe it's not. Secluded cabin's probably an Airbnb hidden gem. You're hilarious. I mean, Wolf Bond is right here, so let's go Wolf Bond.
Wolves, somewhere close.
Hey, bird. I think it's right here, so you can take me there, but that's where I'm going.
Wolves and hunters. We meet again. Saito's men won't stop going after wolves.
Okay, we're gonna have to chase the wolf again.
Wouldn't want to miss out on the fun.
Let's go, buddy. These wolf den missions are also a great way to like just open up new parts of the map. Yeah. I thought I could jump it. There he is. Okay, that's my horsey jump. I forgot what button the jump was. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I lost him. There he is. Whew.
Banners. Hunters must be nearby.
Okay, we gotta go. see them.
Something isn't right.
No, something isn't right.
Let's get your friend out of this cage.
Ha ha ha. Double takedown.
Use that sword! Do not kill me! Onzio! It's her!
Got that fool. Scroll. Bring my hunters when I can. So they're getting paid.
It's her again!
Oh, here. Wait. This is one where... Oh, that's not what I wanted. That. X.
You will not be ready!
Gotcha. So when they have the long pole, I'm supposed to use the duel. I think I'm remembering this now. So
You did
it's
it.
coming back.
You hungry? It's just fish. Enjoy. And there she goes.
Okay. Now I could do wolf assassination. If you assassinate or critical strike an enemy when the wolf is nearby, she will assassinate one additional foe. Or wolf's ferocity. The wolf inflicts massively increased stagger damage. Or... This all depends on when the wolf is nearby. Let's level up both equally. All right, getting some stuff. Give me that coinage. I just got 2 fish, so it didn't even matter that I gave up a fish. Do you have anything on you? You do? Oh, you had lots of gold on you. Empty sake jar. Okay. I think we've done what we needed to do here. Got those guys. Oh, wolf took me way far out, though. Where do I find the onsen? Longsword for brutes. Duel for pole. Katana versus katana. Kasugawa for shield, but that's later. Yeah, I'm not there yet. Alright, so we're all the way over here, but that's not necessarily where I want to be. I want to be back here. I could fast travel to there. Let's do that. Okay, a little this way. Whoop! How do I safely get down? This way, I guess. Up and to the left.
Hey, boy.
Friend? You guys look like friends.
Please. I can't take this anymore.
Quiet, samurai!
Oh, maybe not.
Can I help you with something?
Yeah.
Who's the samurai?
You mean our little bound pet? He is part of the Matsumai clan. They are going after Saito and his men.
Why torture him? What do you get out of it?
His clan is one of the reasons we are stuck in this hellhole to begin with. Their side won at Sekigahara. They have the Shogun's favor while us Ronin were chased away as rats. His screams help me sleep at night.
How about we hear you scream? I'll pay you to let him go.
What's
Let's see how
his
big you
life
wanna go.
worth?
Enough to pay for a woman to lull me to sleep instead.
Gross. I'm not paying for that.
That's a joke.
That's the price. You change your mind, I'll be here.
Pay or free him by force. I don't know. I'm like not remembering the clans enough
Help me.
to remember if like I want to take these guys out or not. What do you think? I'll leave it up to chat. Do we pay or do we free him by force? What do we do? I have the money. Oh, everyone's saying force. Take them out?
You were all samurai once. You don't have to do this.
No one wants to hear your whining.
I mean, he's not gonna love this, but...
What was that? Stop her!
Oh, well, I tried to do the standoff and clearly the horse was in my way or something. Oh, I can't do scary face. I wish I could. Yeah. Nice, got him. Thank you for the tip on the gold.
Lords, you must be desperate.
I want to pick up whatever that thing is. Nice. Oh, you turkey.
Get ready!
Okay, I feel like I need to switch weapons. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Gotcha!
Enough to keep your honor, samurai. It's over.
Why help me? The Matsumai are not exactly popular around here.
Killing an enemy is one thing. Playing with your food is another.
I see. I wish I were in a position to return this favor.
It may be best if you forget you ever saw me.
Easy enough. I should get back to my garrison now. Thank you.
Alright, well. Trying to see if there's anything to loot while we're here. It still says I have a ton of stuff to do there. But you said the onsen will have white smoke. We've got a new sword kit and a new technique up there. Oh, guide the raid. Thank you, my face. Oh, all right. Show me what we got, bird. The dev team is very generous with the birds, I have to say.
The statue truly captures her strength. A good place to leave her our offerings. Are you here to worship the mountain?
I don't know, am I? I'm trying to talk to you, but the prompt isn't happening, so hold it.
It's been years since my last offering. My brother's favorite story was about the mountain that raised an orphan boy, and the wolves that guided him to the safety of her shadow. My grandmother used to say these sculptures were made by that same orphan boy, hiding gifts for anyone born under the mountain's shadow, as long as they are smart enough to discover its secrets. So they hold riddles. Makes you curious, doesn't it? I've never figured them out myself. Maybe. Riddles that hide gifts from the mountain, huh?
A boy was lost and alone, but wolves came from every corner to guide him, their eyes gazing at the true Mount Yotei. Alright, so follow the wolf's eyes. Or I need to turn all the wolf's eyes toward Mount Yotei. We've got another one here. Okay. Where are the other wolves? Let's see. Did it! Woo!
There really was something in that statue. Thank you.
Brudoken, did you rely on maps more than me, or less than me? But I love it. I do love watching people play games that I've already finished, just to see how different people play them differently. I think that's always really fun. Charm of Mount Yotei. Solve a mountain reliquary puzzle. Reduce all damage taken by a minor account. Whoa, that's awesome. Collect 8 more charms to upgrade to a major charm slot. Charm of Bountiful Harvest. I don't think I need that as much as I'd like this. I always follow a bird if there's a bird to follow. I try to follow the smoke.
That's right. Some Matsumaya scout. Looks like they could use a hand.
Let's go. Oh, no, thank you. Ooh, that guy is...
Rumor is you killed the snake.
Rumor is correct that I did kill the snake. rumor right now is that you guys are freaking ganging up on me. There's so many of you. No, I do not want any of that. I'm gonna come get you first. Because I don't want any of that business while I'm trying to take down these fools.
This is going to hurt.
You're gonna hurt. Oh, I should have used the... Oh, that guy's rough. Oh, someone's arrowing. Who's arrowing? You. I want no part of that. Can you guys come out here and, like, fight me in the open? No. I'm trying to remember. Okay, got that guy down. Slowly but surely.
Here it comes.
Nice. Nope. No, I'm on the wrong bow for a quick draw like that. Oh, you can follow the fireflies too? I didn't know that. I just thought they were pretty.
Here it comes.
Okay. Oh, I can do my howl now. It's gonna be a waste to use it right now, but... Assassinate!
Where's that Matsumae?
I guess there's worse ways to die, huh?
A samurai that dies fighting, dies with honor.
No one ever tells you how pretty it is up here.
Aw, buddy. I'm sorry, sir. But yeah, I mean, Berdokin, I will say the one thing that's not so great about the way that I play these games is I get distracted by every single shiny. And sometimes that makes it really hard for me to finish a game like this because it gets a little overwhelming. Because I feel the need to do every single side mission and follow every bird and now firefly and fox and... But it is relaxing and it's definitely fun. I wish I had that. Wow. Okay. But yeah, I just kind of like look at what's around. I did that. And if I don't, like I kind of just like follow towards something I see on the map that looks useful while also... That's the Shadow Inn. While also just seeing what else is out there. I'm sad because earlier we saw that onsen and now I can't find it again. Like, what's that? And there's something red over there, but I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm gonna go... I know what that is. That's the inn. I got that wolf den already. My horse's butt. Fall Rest Shrine. Did I do that yet? I don't think so. But I'm just gonna get on my horse. I'm not fighting a bear. No thank you, not today. me go see what's over here. Yep, something. Found a thing. I don't know if this is a thing I already found. Oh, this is a thing I already found. Never mind, we've been here.
Go, Shimaki.
Is that the one I was even going to? Those dudes could be good guys or bad guys. Yeah, I guess that's the only one. It also looks like there's... Oh, that's just a tree. Alright, well... Am I gonna have to end up fighting these fools? Let me heal before I do. Are they good for intel or meanies? How do I know? Excuse me.
Oh!
Yeah, can we chat? I'm just trying to get the prompt.
You are well armed.
It's always a dangerous place.
That it is. Especially for a woman. Rumor has it Lord Saito is filling his ranks with female recruits.
You've got the wrong idea.
That's why you stopped me? I would never work for Saito or any of his dogs.
Oh?
I'm hunting the Yotei 6.
That's Matsumae business. Don't interfere. This wanderer is of no concern to us. She'll be dead by tomorrow anyway. Move out!
Okay. You guys think really highly of yourself. That's a secluded cabin. How far away on the map is that? Oh, all the way over here. But I've done a lot of this other stuff over there, so I don't know that I want to travel all the way to that. Well, I guess let's just go through the flowers, because why not? Those guys were not friendly. I was hoping they'd be like, we're hunting the same dude, let's swap intel, but they were not. This looks like something interesting right here. But I've already gotten it. Here's dudes. Are these same dudes or different
Our
dudes?
modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Oh, these guys are looking for me. Catch22, thank you for gifting subs, you amazing human. Yes, that is me over there.
We're looking for your head. There's a nice price on it for killing the snake.
I don't regret it.
Snake got what he deserved. So will you if you don't leave now.
Maybe we'll get paid double for cutting out that tongue of yours. Kill her!
You
Get ready
wish.
to die!
Oh, they ruined my, I had my nice little like, I had my yell. Nope, not having that. Is there anything around their camp I can pick up and throw? Man, the gold thing is my new favorite when I can get it. You guys and you're ganging up. And I still have the wrong bow for quick combat, sadly. Oh, you want to do it? You want to dance? Okay, one of them down. Okay. Oh, and now I have a thing I can pick up and throw at you. Ha ha! Okay, we got them. I did say free this man, which makes me think I need to free somebody. You?
They're dead. Thank you. You didn't have to help. You could have just kept walking by.
And let you die for things I've done?
Plenty of others would. It's everyone for themselves out here.
That needs to change.
Until then, nothing's free. Here, have this one. And my gratitude, Wanderer.
Thank you. Get home safe, my dude. Again, Catch-22. I know I was in the middle of battle, but thank you so much for the generous sub bomb. You're so kind. How have you been? Welcome to all the new Dragon Riders as a result of Catch-22's generosity. I like being a good guy in video games, too. Looks like there's some more dudes straight ahead. Which, I mean, honestly, that's where we're going anyway. I wish there was a way to know if they're good guys or bad guys. Okay, well, I know now they're bad guys because we're doing a standoff.
You're stalling!
You're too confident.
Gotcha! Who's next? She is the ghost. Anyone else? I have my mean scary face. I haven't had a chance to use it, but I do have it. Whoa! Genji the Armorer, a talented blacksmith once revered in the Forges of Samurai. Now exiled to Ezo. New upgrade! Visit Genji the Armorer to upgrade. Yes! That's awesome. Wait, was that the person I was supposed to take out that, like, murdered a whole bunch of people? Did I accidentally stumble upon that side quest for the new armor? I'm not mad about that, if so. Aw, Catch-22, that's so kind of you. Well, welcome to the new Dragon Riders, everybody. If you're a sub for the first time, enjoy the dragon badge next to your name, your range of custom emotes. You're twice as likely, actually 3 times as likely now to win in all giveaways on the channel. And you have my thanks for supporting the stream. Thank you.
Come, Shimaki!
What is this big old tree? Oh, I think I already got that. Copper ore, excuse me. We're not just gonna leave that lying around. Let's get that, please. I'm just trying to go figure out what this smokestack is. Oh, I should have picked up that wineberry. Oh, well, I was moving too fast. Home of the Storyteller. Ooh, what have we...
My wandering friend.
Hello again, Ugetsu.
Welcome to my home.
PS5 reaction.
Much, but at least the roof doesn't leak.
It's a fine home.
It looks
You're
gorgeous on
welcome
the
to rest
PS5.
as
You don't
long
need the
as you
PS5 Pro.
Be well, Ugetsu.
Likewise, Atsu.
Okay, I guess this is what we were trying to find. It doesn't look like there's any other stuff up here that I need. Whee! Maybe that's how I was supposed to climb up there. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go back to here and upgrade stuff now.
I was wondering what you were up to. What are you thinking?
Do it.
I'm constantly surprised by my own skills.
Okay.
Don't go stirring up too much trouble.
Resilient straw hat. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the hats are just cosmetic, right? I don't think they actually do anything. I've unlocked loadouts. With these, you can quickly swap between armor and gear sets that you build. Nice. Unlimited ammo if you wear the bandana. None of them say that. Okay, my armor's upgraded.
You want that prize? Better start hunting.
Oh, that mean guy. Did you put him on my map?
Food is getting low.
Want to improve your bows and quivers? Come see me.
I do.
Is anything to your liking?
I don't think I can upgrade either of those. What would I need to upgrade them? Coin, bamboo, and raider mask pieces. I don't have any of that.
I should probably get going soon.
Okay, I don't think I can upgrade anything with her right now. But it says that I can.
Sake.
Sometimes that confuses
Ainu
me.
Moshiri provides us plenty to barter. What shall we trade?
Oh, okay, you were referencing a different game. Sorry, I got distracted. Hats, masks, ammo, and resources. Yeah. I have a lot of young bamboo. I do have a lot of fish. I could sell, but I don't really need the money right now.
Hope to see you again.
Because the fish don't go bad. So yeah, it looks like the next places I need to go are all up here. And he told me to hunt that bad dude, but he didn't tell me where. So I'm going to assume that's up here. Wild Clearing, Hot Spring. I want to go there, and I want to go there still. Okay. And I know I could buy more maps, but I'm not gonna.
Maps would be a lot easier.
I'm just gonna find it.
Kill each other out here.
Okay. Definitely some bad guys, as you can see from black smoke right ahead. And then to the left is something else, but hold on, I want to check out whatever this is. Hi? Anybody here?
Any fish carvings. Intricate work. It must mean a lot to someone. Maybe Ainu traders will know what it is.
Oh, item of an Ainu craft. Alright, well that was a good find. Fish over here in the fish traps, maybe? Whoa, look at all this stuff I got just from being nosy. Okay, these are just birds. This looks like maybe a camp that's up to no good. So it's best to be sneaky, sneaky town until we know more. I don't see anybody up in the watchtower. There's one guy.
One of Clan Saito's camps.
You know what we gotta do then. Okay. No, I don't want to do a standoff. I want to be sneaky about it. Now I forget. Is there a way that I can like whistle, or I could throw an empty sake jar, but I don't remember how to do it. I could try to hit him with an arrow. Yeah, you can go in swords a-blazing, or you can be sneaky about it. Either way works. And I honestly don't know that coming right in the front door is the best move there. Oh, here's a guy fishing.
Being nice will never get you what you want.
I could hit him with an arrow and make him come out. I try to be sneaky but get caught later too. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can sneaky, sneaky town run across to this grass. Don't see me. Nobody saw anything. Alright, well now he came out at least. Come out looking for me, home slice.
Maybe it's nothing.
Yeah, come here.
Show yourself!
You show yourself.
Swear I saw something.
Ah, he didn't stay out for long. I wanted to assassinate him. But I'm like, at least if I'm over here, I have the high ground. And hopefully I can take out the bigger threats first. Like their version of their snipers. Because I don't know that anybody else is going to see me right now if I take out this dude. Let's do it. Get back in the shadows. Okay. That was good. We got one guy. And I picked up more arrows, which is great. There's two dudes down there. Alright, I'm gonna try to... I mean, this guy has his back to me. He should be an easy takedown. Oh, someone saw me. Let's just get right back in here. No one saw a single thing. What's in here?
A new subscriber. Come.
Hey, Hey, reaction. Thank you
We
so
are
much for the
building
sub. I
an
appreciate
army.
it. Okay, now we've got a nice thing to throw. And it's raining. I feel like I should take this and throw it at... Who can I take out? That guy's not paying attention. I want one of these heavily armored dudes.
We need to find them! I see!
Nope, nope. Too many dudes. Get out of here. Surprise, jerk!
Let's see what you have.
I forget what blue means. But now I need my scary face yell!
You're not human!
Yes! Scary face! Scary face yell is always a good time. Be scared of me, you jerks. Okay, well, I've taken out, like, this side of the camp, I feel like. Let's see what's going on up here. Oh, some eggs. I don't see... Okay, there's some more people over there. Let's try this. I don't see any more enemies. I'm just gonna steal some stuff. Oh, food! Nom 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 nom. Okay, there's one guy there. Oh, occupied territory, so I can't use it yet, but I will be able to soon. Is he all that's left? Oh, here comes more. Ah, so many more. Too many more. I don't still have my scary face. I wish I did. This would have been the perfect time for a scary face. If I can get them to chase me all the way around. This was my great death spot before. Oh, I missed the assassinate opportunity. Oh, rough. Okay, now I forget how I throw my... I forget how I throw my powder.
Here it comes!
They didn't learn to mow the grass around the camp, no. Nope.
She was just here. Don't make me search for you. I see something. I see her.
Oh, they saw me, those jerks. No. Okay, there has to be something else I can pick up.
make me search for you. Are you scared?
I'm not. I'm just trying to be sneaky.
Don't make me search for you.
Very scary, sir.
I knew you didn't have the guts to fight me.
Ha! Oh yeah? Yeah!
It's her. Your death will be celebrated.
I did hit him. Oh no. Oh no, get out of there, ma'am. I am quicker. I am quicker than your stupid butts. Finally. If these are the only two guys left, though, that's a good sign. Oh, there's something over there. I gotta free these people, huh?
What are you doing?
Oh, I can't.
Leave before they get you too.
What does psycho?
Gotcha. Yes! 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 Yeah, in my opinion, that is the scary face move. She just makes a scary face and yells at them.
We owe you our lives.
And everybody's terrified.
What were these men doing?
Pushing us out of our farms in the name of the Yotei Six. Ever since someone started killing off Saito's generals, his men have been unhinged. I hope this so-called ghost chokes on their own blood.
Oh, whoops. They didn't mean you
Maybe
harm.
they didn't know this would happen.
Or they didn't care about the consequences. But there is no point in dwelling on such things. Have this.
I'm the ghost
As a
and you're
thank you.
welcome. How about that? Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna chill at this shrine. Or pray at this altar. Choose a technique to learn. Disarm counter. Focus attacks will disarm enemies. Earn spirit on a successful disarm. Assassinations are faster and quieter. That would be nice. Chain assassination master. Also cool. Safe fall. Perfect dodge. Range. Deep concentration. Mental fortitude. I think I'm gonna go with swift assassination. I like to try to be sneaky if I can. I know it doesn't always work out, but that's what I'm going for. And you said I'm allowed to take these. I'm not just stealing from these people. They offered me a gift. Ah, okay. Saito on the Yotei 6. Much has been said about the Yotei 6, that we are outlaws, demons, bandits. The truth is, like so many of you, we are warriors, cast from home and forced to find a new purpose. When everyone else abandoned me, the Yotei 6 were there. They reforged a broken man back into a tiger, one that will do anything to defend this land. Lord Saito. Interesting.
Good to see you.
Thanks. Good to see you too. Anybody else need to chat in here?
Our protector.
I try to be a protector. Everybody else looks good. I guess I didn't go over here yet. Oh, bees. Maybe I don't want to get stung by all these bees. Can I get the honey, though? No. Wrong game for that. Oh,
Care
no!
to see the new merchandise I've gathered?
I forgot about this guy. Charm of Furious Attacks. The dual katana's Tempest Strike deals a minor amount of additional damage. Stagger polearm enemies with dual katana. Charm of Fortune's Grip. Charm of Confidence Strikes. Cooking perks increase duration. Charm of Healing. Oh, that's nice too. These are all nice. That's already upgraded. That's just aesthetics. Should I buy any of these? Maybe the Charm of Healing.
Fantastic choice.
You got it,
Watch
buddy.
yourself out there.
You got it, buddy. That would have been helpful earlier in my fight. But I still gotta go. Okay, so I'm gonna pin this. And then save the game. And then that's where I'm gonna wrap up today's stream. It's been almost, not quite 6 hours, but almost 6 hours. Thank you for voting for Ghost of Yotei. It's been really fun to get back into this and reacquaint myself with all of the combat. But I mean, I'm still very early in this game, but it's because I keep getting sidetracked by stuff. But it's really fun, so thank you. I had a great time. This was a nice distraction from the stressors of the real world, and I hope it was for you as well. I know for some of you it's very late, so this is where I'm going to wrap things up. We do have a guide, The Raid. Brudokin says, to be fair, this game has fantastic stuff to get distracted by. It sure does. It sure does. The next time that I'm going to be live on Twitch is Tuesday for the Gong Show. But I will post the entire week schedule in Discord tomorrow and on Instagram stories tomorrow, like I always do. So thank you again for tuning into the stream. I think our guide, The Raid, is for a channel, Chloe Cosmos. So I don't know this streamer, but you know what? If my face vouches for them, I trust. So that's who we're going to raid into today. Please, no matter what you decide to do with the rest of your day, stay safe, stay healthy, and be kind to one another. Lord knows the world could use some more kindness and empathy right now. So please put that out into the world if you can. All right. Maybe a coffee chat tomorrow, Rob. Yeah, I kind of have to figure it out, but maybe. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Bye.